Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome, Normal America Show. Host Rob Miller. Great show for you tonight. Maybe this will be a terrible show. I don't know. What's my audience normally think? If a normal show's a 5 out of 10, this one could range anywhere from a 2 to an 8. How's that? Host Rob Miller. Been busy. We had another Christmas adventure today. This time with my parents. Took my little man to see Santa Claus again. He was a trooper. Very good. So, very much looking forward to Christmas with my family. It's a little bit of a bummer. I work Christmas Eve and partially into Christmas Day, but such is life. Get a good job when you're young so you don't have to work 90 hours a week like me. You know, that's all right. Someday that sweet streaming money will come in, and then I could just be on Easy Street, just do drama streams every day and make the big money like, all the great streamers. So now everyone's asking, what are we debating about tonight? What's the topic? I have no idea. If I'm quite honest with you, perhaps we're starting with no-fault divorce, which I don't feel strongly about. I'll explain how this debate came about. I explained it a little last evening, so I'll explain how it came about and some of my thoughts going into it. The Fuentes stuff. I mean, I'm a little disappointed because there's so much to talk about today. There's the continuing resolution, the spending. It looks like it got reformed and the new one just failed. There's Chip Roy's comments on it, which I agree with Chip Roy's comments, but think he sucks in other ways. Trump going after Chip Roy, which some senses make sense, but it sucks in other ways. Nick Fuentes, apparently someone had allegedly killed 3 people and then showed up to Fuentes' house armed, and then I think the police ended up taking the person out. Then, of course, you have many people saying Fuentes deserved it. There's so much to talk about. That's just those couple little stories, so much else. And I'm talking about issues that I quite frankly basically don't care about. OnlyFans, no-fault divorce, etc., etc. But such is life when you make commitments. So that's what we're going to talk about. I've committed to doing this debate, and so we shall do the debate. Yeah. I don't know. One hot take I'll give on the Fuentes thing is I put a post out on X. I'd love to see a Venn diagram of the people on X saying, someone tried to take Nick out. That's what he gets for his big mouth. Who are also Destiny fans who said after Corey Compatore was killed after an attempted assassination of Donald Trump, well, that's what Trump supporters can F around and find out if you go to a Trump rally. I'm just curious, how do you think the Destiny followers would think if someone had an attack on his life? Because I'll tell you right now, I would be outraged, just like I'm outraged with Nick Fuentes and the attempt on his life, apparent attempt on his life. I find that to be outrageous. Just like I found it to be outrageous that people celebrated the assassination of this healthcare CEO. Is this really the world we want? If you're out there and you have a social media presence and you're like, that's what Nick gets for running his mouth, just know there might be people that find what you say offensive. Maybe they'll feel the same way if someone threatens you or your family like that. So I just think it's funny. Some of the people that run their mouth in the most absurd of ways that all of a sudden will celebrate or, think it's a good idea to when something like this happens. I don't know. But we could talk about that another day. Let's talk about how this debate came about tonight. Okay, I mentioned this yesterday, but I'm just going to be honest, and then I'm going to give you some... No, I did not prepare for this debate at all. At all. I didn't even think about it. Well, that's not true. I told a bunch of jokes to my wife. I was like, I'm going to be debating an OnlyFans model. Do I look good? Should I put some cologne on? And she's just like, you're an idiot. That's it. That's the extent of my preparation for this debate. And I told some other jokes, some off color, that maybe I'll say tonight, maybe I won't. Anyways, here's how this came about. Tom Follery messages me on Discord and says, hey, there's this guy, Alex, playing with fire, Alex PWF. He wants to debate you on the election. Is it cool if I introduce you to him and put you in a Discord room with him? I said, sure, no problem. He puts me in the room. This Alex guy proceeds to ask me a bunch of questions, nothing to do with politics or the election. And it's more like, what do you think about porn? What do you think about gay marriage? What do you think about no-fault divorce? I'm trying to be honest. I'm like, I don't think I have spicy takes on any of this stuff, but I give my honest opinion. And I was like, I guess we could talk about whatever you want. And Tom Fuller even interjected and was like, I don't know how much of a disagreement you're going to have with Rob on all this stuff. He's sort of pseudo-libertarian. So he might think porn's gross and you shouldn't do it, but he's not going to say it should be outlawed. Okay? And he was like, well, this OnlyFans model, whatever they call themselves, OnlyFans ladies of the night, hookers, I don't know, was like, she's smart and she used to be a lawyer and she's going to debate you. We'll start with the no-fault divorce. Okay? So I have no idea what we're going to get into as far as potential topics, but whatever they want to talk about is fine by me. I don't know how long the debate's supposed to be. I didn't even know if it was supposed to be a debate or just a conversation, but he has it listed on his channel. Upcoming debate, Rob Noor versus, her name's Jazmen Jafar. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. I've literally saw 20 seconds of her on a short with Andrew Wilson one time. That's it. Now here's my dilemma. I don't know. I don't know how much to say before the debate. Part of me just wants to joke and be funny the whole time. And I could defend that because we should make fun of sex workers. It's something that should be shamed. So we should make fun of them. You know? So part of me, but I don't know. I would never make fun of this girl or impugn or even bring up her line of work in any other circumstance. I wouldn't. And I've debated people that are involved in the adult entertainment industry, like Tiffany Starr. I've had conversations with Tiffany. I've debated Tiffany, who I think is a terrible, terrible person, by the way, but neither here nor there. I didn't bring up their line of work. But when the debate is going to basically be that line of work, I don't know how to avoid it. Right? Like, how could you expect me to not be rude if I'm like, I find your job to be disgusting? And the topic's basically your job. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean that if she was my neighbor and we're having a barbecue and she came over, that I'd be like, you're gross, I wouldn't. I'm not saying I would do that. But when that's the topic of conversation, I don't know how to avoid it. And so I'm put in a weird position. There's a reason. Listen, I could have probably got on the whatever podcast, which would have helped my channel grow immensely if I said the right things, but I don't want to do it. I just don't. I don't like doing this shit. I just don't. And so now I find myself in a position that it's not topics that I really give a shit to talk about that much. I have opinions on them, just like all of you have an opinion. I got an opinion on everything. But a lot of times the opinions aren't worth really talking about. I don't have a hot take. Like, I have an opinion on what my favorite car would be. But I know next to nothing about cars. So how interesting would it be for me to have a debate on what's the best car? No, Brody, you're not banned. So I don't know. Part of me is like, well, screw it. They asked me to do this so they know what they're getting into. And so I could make fun of her for being an OnlyFans performer and blah, blah, blah. And I do have some good jokes lined up if I was to go that way. Thank you so much, Kyle Beckman. $10. Says, Merry Christmas, Rob. To those shocked about having a JD and doing OnlyFans, let's be clear. It beats stressing out about making 1,800 billable hours and building a client portfolio to maybe be partner. I disagree. It doesn't beat out that. Does it beat it off? Maybe. Does it beat it out? I don't know. So here I am talking about shit that I don't really want to get into. If I could possibly have had the opportunity to go on whatever and have this conversation, which would have grown my channel, and I didn't want to do that, then I certainly don't want to do it that's not going to grow my channel. But I am a firm believer that if you make a commitment and you agree to do something, then you do it. Granted, I felt I was agreeing to have a political debate, not a debate on the ins and outs of the porn industry or no-fault divorce or whatever, but... And who knows? Maybe it'll be an entertaining thing, and I don't know. Abject Fool for $5 says, culture and politics go hand in hand. That's true, but I don't have to talk about everything involved in culture. Just like I don't have to talk about everything involving politics. There's certain things that you specialize in or that you're interested in. Certain things that you don't. For example, maybe this is something I should do. I don't talk about my local politics here a lot. Why not? That's politics. But she can't take me, like, I'm not Andrew Wilson. I'm not someone that's going to be like, well, studies show. Like, do I generally know that a lot of science shows that pornography is terrible for the brain? That people that are addicted to pornography, like, they're physiologically changing themselves? And yeah, but I don't know shit all about the specifics of the study. I just don't know. But I'm a good debater, and I'll be fine, and I'll be able to argue my position. But the thing is, basically my position's going to be, you should have the right to do pornography. You should. But I think as a culture, we should say that's shameful. You shouldn't do it. But you should have the right to do it. And you could be pissed off and say, well, I don't think you should shame me, but I'm still going to shame you. Now, I might not publicly shame you, but when we're talking about your profession, it's a shameful profession. No, I'm not doing whatever podcast. No, Aircraft Sparky for $10. Thanks so much. Says no political or moral message. Merry Christmas, Rob. Thank you. Am I doing OF content? No. Can I even say OnlyFans on YouTube? I don't know. I don't know. So, my big thing is, how thick of a skin does she have? Is my thing. If I start really making fun of her, is she going to get shitty, or would she take it in stride? Because I'm not really trying to, although I think the profession should be shamed, I'm not going to sit here and I'll be honest, it's just not for me. Like these shows that'll be like this, okay, now you're going to rate this girl. How hot do you think she is? 1 out of 10. Fuck all that. Who the fuck is schlubby me to make fun of anyone's appearance? I'm not going to do that shit. I saw 5 seconds of her. I'm sure she's an attractive lady. I don't really give a shit. Yeah, and lots of unique, diverse bodies on OF. There you go. Yeah. Maybe a way to make those dollars myself, right? Come check out my hot content. Watch a fat 40-year-old man with a graying beard who's lost what little mobility he had with his herniated disc. Come in for a great time as he shows you his shoulder hair and talks about the ins and outs of political corruption. Could be a hit. So, I don't know. I gotta be honest. It's one of those nights where it's like, damn, there's a lot to talk about in the world that I like to talk about. And I'm not gonna get a chance. So, hey, Andrew and Alex should make I don't know nothing about Alex, if I'm quite honest. And I don't know what beef he has with Andrew Wilson. Andrew's a man. I'm sure he could settle his own beefs. I assume the same of Alex, so I would like to not get involved in whatever drama, conflict. I don't give a shit. I really don't. So, of course, conservative carnage. Daddy Destiny didn't say if those people were allowed to come on and debate me, so I need to start walking on the treadmill. For your information, at one point I weighed 330 pounds, and now I'm down to 255. And I did lose about probably 25 pounds last year. And I have started exercising. I would like ultimately to get down to around 210 pounds or 200 pounds. I think that would be reasonable for a 40-year-old man like me. But you're right. I need to exercise more. My priority, though, is getting my back in order. So I'm going to actually start doing yoga stretches to try to get my herniated disc better. And then we'll work from there. Anonymous Cow for $10 says, she's the one who Andrew destroyed when she said the feminist ideology is correct because they're winning. She appeals to authority as a former lawyer, so expect that twist. Okay. I'm not impressed. I've debated many shitty lawyers, so that means nothing to me. I'll appeal to my authority as dealing with people with developmental disabilities. How's that? So, PWF obfuscates. Oh, that's not a good trait in a moderator, is it? So, but I don't know. Am I supposed to be debating this Alex guy too, or is he moderating? I don't know. Is it a 3-way debate? I have no clue. You all know as much as me. Basically, the extent of my knowledge on it's like, hey, it'll be at 8 o'clock Eastern. Here's the link. Can you send me a picture for the thumbnail? I said, okay. So there we go. By the way, Pisco came at me with a little Rob GPT today. And I said, thank God you didn't put it in quotes. I would have had a meltdown. You know. Can't have that. Can't have that. And I will stand by my commitment of not putting Pisco's profession in quotation marks. That doesn't mean that I won't make fun of him for being thin-skinned about it, but I won't do it anymore. Because it seemed that his criticism was that doing that implied that he didn't have the legal qualifications, which I'm not, nor was I ever trying to imply that. I completely think, I mean, I can't prove it, but I suspect with 99 degree of certainty that Pisco's not lying that he passed the bar and has the legal qualifications to call himself a lawyer. I would assume that's the case. I've never claimed otherwise. That doesn't mean I can't call him a little whining bitch for flipping out because I put that term in quotations. But I will not put it in quotations anymore. Which sucks because someone made me a Chickenfoot from the Crucible made me an emoji with just the word lawyer in quotation marks. But I won't do that. So, yeah, it would be as ridiculous. Did you all know I have a master's degree? Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit at all? What does that mean? If someone's whooping my ass in a debate and I say, well, I have a master's degree, it's like, oh, okay. So, all right, let's see if this is, if we're ready to go here. So, are you kidding me? What is this shit? All right, you're going to lose me visually here for a second, I think. Let's see if we get this rolling. Oh, check. All right. Oh, great. No one's here yet. Okay. Let me make sure I got the times right. Is today Thursday? She confirmed Thursday for 8 p.m. Eastern. Okay, it's 7:55. Got it. Oh, I'm running 10 minutes late. Okay. See, I never know what to do now. All right. Well, then I'll be back and I guess we'll do this. There we go. Oh. Did I miss someone? Hello. If I missed you, I'm sorry. Super chat's always welcome. If you're donating to me on Twitch, I can't see, so put it in the chat and I'll give you a shout out. But once the debate starts, I won't be reading any super chats, or for that matter, pretty much any of the chat, because I like to try to give, I think the least that I could do is give my attention to the people I'm interacting with. One of the things that is a pet peeve of mine is I absolutely hate when you're doing a debate and while you're talking or someone else is talking, another person that's supposed to be involved in the debate has them muted and is just talking to their own audience. I mean, there can't be a better sign that you're not paying attention. And that particularly happens on panel debates all the time, right? Where you'll see, someone will be like, blah, 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 blah. And they're like, okay, going to the next person. And then they'll mute their mic for the panel, but you can see they're still talking to their audience. It's like, yeah, you listening. And then when it comes back, they're going to have like comments. It's like, you didn't even listen. What are you commenting on? So I do try to give as much of my attention as possible to, obviously sometimes your phone will chirp, you check that, or you're looking something up. Those sort of things I think is in the realm of, people understand that. But oh, one other thing. My wife. I did discuss this as a debate tactic, though this has nothing to do with this debate in particular, and it's all debates. So every time I do a debate or a call-in show, I'm thinking as well, I'm going to have a word of the day. And I'm going to try to use a word that I normally wouldn't use at least a couple times, and we'll see if the audience can guess what that word is. So what I'll do is I'll write that word down on my little tablet here so you know that I can't cheat. I'll put the date. I have my word, and then I shall read that word to you after the debate. What a cool little boomer old man thing to do. Inspired by Pee Wee Herman. Cal Beckman for $5. Thank you so much. Says you're smarter than any of us who took on mountains of student debt, only be chained to corporate servitude. I took on mountains of debt only to get a job that requires a GED. So am I smarter? So see if you can guess the word of the day. No, it's not going to be a fake word. It'll be real. I have to remember to use it, though. If I fail, you guys will have to call me out as well. I promise I'll show you. That is a promise. So, word of the day, it's ChatGPT. Predominant. Nice. It's not either of those. So, if you're just joining me, I'm not really sure what the topic is. I'll be debating on Alex PWF's channel with OnlyFans performer, maybe is the way to put it, Jazmen Jafar. I hope I'm pronouncing that name correctly. I'm not really sure what the topic is. It was supposed to start at 8 p.m., but it looks like people are running late. So, we're just waiting. I think punctuality is very important, so I always try to be on time. Though sometimes I'm late. I was late meeting my parents today at the place we went to see Santa Claus, so I'm not perfect. We'll give it a couple more minutes and then I'll... Strategery. Does the word have to do with some theme? Not today. So no, it probably won't. Maybe some days it will. I did think of just today making as many double entendres as possible. Like, look, we need to erect barriers to failing marriages. And sometimes it could get stiff when you're in a marriage all the time. But, you know, knock on wood, you got to keep going through. You know what I mean? It's things like that. Yeah. I don't know. How serious am I supposed to take this? I don't know. Thrifty? I don't know. I don't know if that'll be it today or not, too. Some bitch? You have to see. I would be amazed if someone guesses it. That would make my day if someone guesses it. I will ask after the stream, okay, I had a word of the day. Can you guess what it was? And if I say, okay, here's what it was, and you all go, you didn't even use that word, then I'll be shamed. She's going to steer it about Christian ethics. Well, that's not going to do much for me because I don't know. I've been watching Pee-wee's Playhouse. I'll say one last time. Listen, I thank Alex, PWF, I thank Jazmen for joining. And anytime someone's willing to have a conversation, no matter what the topic, honest to goodness, even if it's someone I don't like, it does take... There is a certain amount of gratitude I have for anyone that wants to talk to me. That's true. But I can't stress enough how much I just don't give a shit about this topic. I just don't. I don't care. I'm not the guy for it. I have my feelings on what I think about pornography or infidelities or open relationships. I have feelings and all that. I just don't give a shit to talk about it. I don't think I'm in any position to give people life advice. I feel arrogant and shitty when I'm giving people advice on, like, how do I stream? Or give me some advice on debating. And at least, you want to know what my secret to my marriage is? I got extremely lucky and met, like, the greatest woman. There's my secret. The chances of any of you out there getting that lucky is probably pretty slim. That's it. I don't know what else to say. What's the closest NBA team to me? Probably the Cavs. Cleveland Cavaliers. I grew up an Indiana Pacers fan. I was a Reggie Miller fan. But I missed the 90s NBA. I was just talking to my wife about that today, man. Man, it seemed like every team had a unique personality. I love that shit, you know? All right. Lose my camera here for a minute, and then we'll see if we're ready to go. You should still be able to hear me. Boop, boop, boop. All right. No one here still. Okay. All right. Try 5 minutes from now. Bring me back camera-wise. The NBA rating's not doing so well. There's a lot to say about that. I think it's too simple to say, well, they went woke. I think that certainly has a problem with it. I think for me, it's hard for me because sometimes you don't know how much objectively, you don't know how much your opinions on something are because of the subjective experiences you're going through versus an objective truth. So I have to be honest with you. The number one reason I watch less sports than I did, say, 15 years ago is because I'm married and have a kid. Most of what I watch now is like Paw Patrol. So, you know, I'm not, it's not like a political stance of mine that I don't watch hockey or football or baseball as much as I used to. Basketball I haven't watched since probably the early 2000s. But I used to catch every football game. Now I maybe catch, or not every game in the league, but every game of the team I like, the Steelers. Now maybe I catch 5 or 6 of them. Like the Steelers are playing Christmas Day. I ain't watching that shit. I'll be doing Christmas stuff. I'll catch the highlights, you know. So it's hard for me to say, well, this is why I think the league NBA is doing poorly. I think the woke messaging is a lot to do with it. I think a lot to do with it is, I think it's a lot like Major League Baseball. Someone could correct me if I'm wrong because I never followed basketball that closely. Like, you have to get like 15 different cable packages to watch some of these games. And so I don't know how many people are doing that shit anymore. By the way, how much does TV really matter to people now? When people are getting so much, there's so many entertainment options just via the computer or via your phone screen. So like a cable package or special packages to watch, like there's other things you could be doing. There's more interactive options like playing video games. And so I wonder how much of that diminishes people that used to watch sports for entertainment. And then when you follow on top of that, not just other viewing entertainment options like podcasts, streams, etc., I think that a lot of sports, you probably had a lot of diehard fans whose parents were into it and then who maybe you played baseball as a kid and then you looked up to the big baseball players and you were like, yeah, and that's how you got an interest in it. Now a lot of kids still play baseball, but a lot of them are playing video games and stuff. And so like I see younger guys that are like 24, 25, and when I see them watching videos, you know what a lot of them are watching? Like esports, which isn't my cup of tea, but that's what a lot of people are doing. And I think those guys are the type of guys that 20 years ago would have been watching ESPN highlights, top 10, and, you know, basketball games and hockey games and football games. So, smoke this bimbo. I don't know. People are going to be like, I know people like when I come in and smack people around in the debate. I don't know how much of that's going to be here tonight. I don't know how much disagreement there is. I'm just like, yeah, I think porn's shitty. I think you should kind of be ashamed. You wouldn't want your kid to do it. But people that think that I'm going to bang on about, I don't know. I think y'all may be disappointed tonight. And it's not because I think I'm going to be like intellectually outclassed or anything. I just don't give a shit. And I can't pretend. If they're like, hey, can you argue for devil's advocate from the Christian nationalism point of view? Sure. Then I could do that and I'll probably crush. But that's not really my belief. So, I don't know. I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't even know what we're talking about. Like, even the concept, people talk about no fault of voice. I'm going to be completely honest with you all. I had no clue until it got brought up in a debate that we used to have it not be allowed to have no fault divorce. I don't even know what that is, if I'm quite honest with you. So, like, there was a period of time, like, let's say 1940, where if I got married to my wife and we both just decided we hate each other, we had to stay married? Is that true? I mean, I don't know. Do I think divorce is bad? Yes. Do I think we should go back to where it's sort of culturally shameful to get divorced? Absolutely. But that's different than whether or not it should be illegal. You know, I guess if you are in a loveless marriage and you both agree to separate, you should be allowed. My take is, well, if you got financial benefits from the government for being married, then you should have to give those back, I guess. So if I'm married for 10 years to my wife and we both decide to mutually divorce and we saved $70,000 on taxes because of that, maybe we should have to pay that money back. So, I don't know. I guess we'll talk about it. I would be willing to hear someone convince me that we should outlaw no-fault divorce, but it's not something I've ever really thought about. All right, let's see if you can lose me visually again. So I know the Crucible audience is going to be so disappointed in me tonight. They're going to be like, why didn't you really hammer down on this shit? It's not what I debate. It's not what I care about. It's not what I do that much. Holy shit. Still not here. Well, I gotta say, this is bad form, right? Pretty bad form. Neither the other debater, well, she might have popped in, I guess, or the host. You're way off. No-fault divorce allowed women to cheat on their husbands and still get alimony and child support. Well, then I guess I don't know what no-fault divorce means. I think that if the woman is at fault, she shouldn't be allowed to get alimony and... I literally don't know what the term means. That's what I'm trying to say. Does it mean, like, if we outlaw no-fault divorce, does that mean if two adults say we both no longer want to be married, that they're not allowed to get a divorce? That's the question I have. That's what I assumed it meant. At-fault divorce is that there has to be plenty of fault. Right, and so the way that would look to me is, my wife says, my husband's a deadbeat, he abused me, he cheated on me, I want a divorce, and therefore because I'm the person at fault, then I'm financially on the hook? That maybe makes more sense. Yeah, I don't know that I'm for saying just because divorce is terrible and because it's been exploited in many heinous ways, particularly to screw men over, I think in a lot of ways that's true. I don't think we should have a system where if two people mutually say we no longer love each other, that we say, no, I'm sorry, you have to stay married. I don't know that that's a preferable system. Okay, C puts another wrinkle in it. So what if one party wants a divorce and the other doesn't? Yeah, that's a little wrinkle in it I'd have to think about. So with the no-fault divorce, presumably, if only one person wants a divorce, then it's allowed to come through. Yeah, I don't think racism... So, I don't know. What's up, Bandit? Dano says, Crucible audience is here to support. Until I tell this girl, like, wow, you're so attractive. OnlyFans is the shit. So I don't know. I've never looked into I never even heard the concept of no-fault divorce until I heard Andrew Wilson talking about it one day, and I was like, whatever. I don't know. How do I define love? I seem to think it's just a feeling. I define love as wanting to spend not just the rest of my life, but eternity with my wife. That's sanctifying in the eyes of God and to everyone in the world that she is the only person for me. And I will try to stay with her through thick and thin, no matter what. That every part of my body wants to make sure that I exist for her and the rest of the people that I love, like my son. That's how I define love. I would personally not want a divorce from my wife. I would always try to want to make it work out. But I guess there are times where I could say that wouldn't be the case. Like, theoretically, if you're married to someone that murders your children, should you be allowed to get a divorce? Like, I think Well, there would always be part of you, even in that heinous situation, that would love, had love, but the circumstances changed to the point. Of course, love requires sacrifice. So if you believe in the God element of no-fault divorce, you're either inconsistent with your worldview or against it. That's not true. I don't think the government should have a right in divorce or in marriage in the first place. The government has no say whatsoever if in the eyes of God I'm married to my wife or that I love my wife. Fuck them. What do I give a shit what the government thinks? It's not a real marriage in the eyes of God if the government doesn't put their rubber stamp on it. Fuck that. The legality of it is different than to the morality of it. So it's not inconsistent. Let's see if they're ready yet. He said he was running 10 minutes late. We're now 11 minutes. Start time 8:20. Okay. Piss on this. I'm having the debate before the debate. Isn't this interesting? That's exactly right, Raceland. That's right. Neglect is sufficient grounds for divorce and an at-fault divorce. Well, wouldn't everyone say that? I feel neglected. I don't think my wife truly cares about my concerns. I feel alone even when we're together. She's neglected my needs. For example, if a guy says, I feel like we used to have intercourse more before we were married than now when we're married, and I find that unacceptable. I feel that as a man, I need to have intercourse several times a week. My wife disagrees. We only have intercourse once every 3 months. Therefore, would that be an at-fault divorce? Under the old system? I don't know. I think that guy could make a case where that's fault. Or how about this? What if the guy says, when I married her, she weighed 170 pounds and I found her very attractive. And to me, having an attractive wife is a crucial part of marriage, and now she weighs 300 pounds. I don't find her attractive. Is that at fault? I don't know. Right? It seems like if you're an intelligent person, you could find fault for the reason that you want a divorce for basically anything. The real reason could be, I found a different chick that I like now, and so I don't want to be married anymore. But you could come up with the neglect, right? Well, it's true that men rarely divorce, but the same would be true of the opposite way. And by the way, if two people mutually want to separate and we say, well, you can't just say because we don't like each other anymore, then why couldn't they both say, we don't have sex anymore? We feel that's neglectful. Is the government going to come investigate? Your wife beat you at Mario Kart. That is certainly grounds for divorce. True story. So when I was a young man, I was born in 1984. I don't remember this. I was so young. But my parents bought me a regular NES, a Nintendo, back in the days of the first Nintendo. And my dad got the game Duck Hunt. And he had a couple friends over and they were playing Duck Hunt. And they played for like 2 or 3 hours. And then my mom was like, let me try that once. And my dad's like, you're going to suck at this. And so she played it and she beat his high score. And so he said he took the game back the next day. He was like, fuck this game. Isn't it a bad sign that your wife doesn't want to have sex with you once a week? Most likely, yes. Obviously, there could be extenuating circumstances. Your wife became paralyzed. Your wife has pneumonia, right? Your wife's overseas for 2 months. But yeah, in general, sure. That you could say that. But then again, that's the question of what do we mean at fault? That's exactly what I agree, Plant Daddy. Whether or not something should be legal is a different question to whether or not it's something that should be shamed. I feel the same way about pornography. It should be legal, it should be shamed. You want to sell your body? Okay. On video? I don't think the government should say you don't have the right to do it. Now, should the government require age verification and things like that? That's all gravy. I'm cool with that. But as far as, I agree with the public shaming aspect of it. I'm absolutely in agreement with that. The same with divorce. We should get back to it culturally when people are divorced and people are whispering about it. And it's shameful. Yeah, agreed. I want a society where people are whispering, why don't those people have kids? They've been married for 3 years. That sounds good to me. I want a society that thinks it's shameful if you separate, particularly if you have kids. That's what I want. Because you're setting your child up, even the best of separated households, disadvantage children immensely. Your number one priority when you have a kid should be the welfare of that kid. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean that every waking moment you have to be miserable. You're allowed to have some enjoyment for yourself, some hobbies for yourself. Everybody needs some certain amount of alone time, etc. But that's my feelings on it. What else we got going? Holy shit, where's my X blowing up? So here's a question I have. The Democrats are out there now screaming about Republican shutdown. Oh my God, workers won't get paid. Forget about the bullshit of that, right? Forget about that for a second. Let's say that we all say shutdowns are bad. Now, I know probably many people on my stream, myself included to some degree, would say maybe shutdown not so bad. But let's assume that we all say, okay, shutdowns are bad. Who's more at fault for a shutdown? The party that had 190 people vote for a bill and it didn't pass, or the party that had 0 vote for it? Who's more responsible for the shutdown? It's PWF that's late. Why wouldn't this be a Democrat shutdown? If the Democrats are really serious, oh my God, we have to fund the government because if not, government employees won't get paid and there won't be disaster relief and all of this, blah, blah, blah. Wouldn't that mean that they did the shutdown? Why is it that no matter what, if it's a Republican president and a Republican Congress and the bill doesn't get passed, they say Republican shutdown, even if every Democrat voted against it? If it's a Democrat president and Democrat Congress and Republicans don't vote for it, they say that's a Republican shutdown. If it's a Republican president and a Democrat House or Senate and it doesn't get passed, they say Republicans shut it down. If it's a Democrat president and a Republican House or Senate and it doesn't get passed, they say Republicans shut it down. Even if all Democrats vote against it. It's always Republicans' fault. The largest shutdown, I think it was 31 days, was 2018 to 2019. Democrats threatened to filibuster. The reason that it shut down was Democrats refused to vote for the bill because it had $5 billion for the wall. They said nope. And so when I correctly point out Democrats shut the government down on that, they say, no, that was Trump. Now, granted, Trump's big mouth said, I'll take responsibility for the shutdown. But the truth of the matter is, Democrats weighed $5 billion for a border bill versus all of the shit they claim to care about. Kids getting WIC money, disaster relief funds, paying government employees. They said, nope, all of this stuff we're willing to let slide because we won't spend $5 billion on the wall. We're so for open borders, screw those people getting paychecks. That's what they said. All right, it's 8:20. Let's see if they're ready now. Starting to get a little frustrated out, man. I understand things happen, but it's not particularly a debate I'm looking to have anyways. I feel like I was kind of entered into this. I thought I was going to be talking about politics and the election. So I'm talking about OnlyFans stuff. Okay, great. So to be 20 minutes late, slightly perturbing. I feel like my time might not be worth much to many people, but to my family it's worth some. So not exactly the best foot to start off a new platform on. It was supposed to be 20 minutes ago. I came on 20 minutes early in preparation. I've been streaming 45 minutes let's see if we're ready to go. Okay, where am I at here? You should still be able to hear me. I just... And no one's here yet. I don't think it's Jazmen. I think it's Alex. There's a guy named Alex PWF that's hosting the debate. He says he's in traffic. It's a little bit pisses me off a little. Anonymous Coward, thanks for the $5. Says, actually, there might be disagreement after all. If you take the view to allow, no fault of force, but shame them. Yeah, I think that's where the debate will be. I agree. So let's make sure I didn't miss any super chats or anything like that while we're waiting. Again, I apologize to my audience. I know your time's important too. I know a lot of people tune in to these debates, and I'm sorry that you've been misled that this was supposed to start quite a while ago. I do apologize for that, but I mean, a lot of people tune in. I'm sorry. But I guess all I could say is I was here, and everyone that's been here knows that I was here. Okay. Yeah, I hear you, Inversity. I would rather just be talking. But the problem is if I knew that this wasn't going to happen, then I could have been talking about politics stuff the whole time. Unban your homie Caleb. From where? YouTube? What'd your homie do? Did I ban them or did one of my mods? If my mod banned them, it was probably for a good reason. What's up, Amanda FP? Glad you're here. Normally we're talking about politics and I'm being hilarious. I was supposed to do a political debate today, but I think it's going to be more about cultural issues like OnlyFans and stuff like that. So it was supposed to start 23 minutes ago, but we're just waiting for the people to show up. How do I remove someone that's banned? I don't know how to do that. Let's see if I can figure that out. Caleb. We'll check real quick. Community. That's probably under moderation or something, right? Analytics. Settings. Community. Moderators. Hidden users. Caleb I'm looking for. Oh, what's that guy banned for? How lame is this? We're now waiting for a debate to start and I'm looking for a banned user. I don't see Caleb banned. There they are. Alright, Caleb, you're unbanned. I'll probably regret that, but there you go. I wonder what he did to get banned in the first place. Who knows? I can't tell you. You know, I could be hanging out with my son. He got some cool new creatures for Christmas today. He loves it's his favorite thing in the world. Little plastic, like he's got a rattlesnake he got today, a rhinoceros. This freaking gorilla, this store, man, it was $30 for this like rubberish plastic gorilla. It's nothing special. It doesn't even move. But Hank was obsessed with it, man. He needed it, so we got it. All right, let's see if they're ready yet. 8:25. All right, you can still hear me. Let's try her again. I have no idea how long this is supposed to go either. I assume an hour or two, but who knows if it'll even start at this rate. How's this possible? They're still not here? There we go.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's happening?
Hey.
My apologies for the lateness. Miami traffic is even surprises me sometimes. You'll just sit around and then there's not even anything close. It's just a bunch of people just not moving their cars. Um, oh, Jasmine got the sexy outfit on today. Look at that.
Oh,
Oh, my speed dating
I have
audience
to bring it back.
was deprived.
Yesterday, yeah. Or was it Tuesday?
I always do this with Natty too. Like when we do videos, I'm like, "You want to wear something a little bit more?" She's like, "My tits are halfway out." Yeah, but just a little bit. Just a
A
tad.
little more, yeah.
Look, yeah, I mean, the views don't lie. What's up, Rob? How are you doing?
Not bad. Doing fine. Look at that. Is that where I'm going wrong with my channel? Too many clothes on for me.
Yeah, bro. Like that's what's holding you back. You gotta. There's a real issue. All right, let me.
Sure, my wife will be real happy about this episode. Good stuff.
Well, you're not allowed to talk to girls with their tits out.
No, I'm sure I'm allowed. I don't know how. How I'm sure my parents will be proud. My wife will be proud about it, but I don't know. I like talking to people for intellectual curiosity's sake, not necessarily because they're showing certain amounts of skin.
No,
But to each their own.
Jasmine is a very smart lawyer.
Good.
So this is going to be a very intellectual conversation. She's doing this mainly for me because she knows that's what's going to get most people to watch. But yeah,
Okay.
she's a very, very smart chick. All right, cool. Let me just get a bottle of water and then we'll go live.
Nice to meet you, Jasmine, by the way.
Nice
Listen,
to meet you too.
I don't quite know what the topic is. That's fine. I normally stream politics, but I do want to know, do you have a thick skin about joking and stuff? You're not going to get pissed off?
No, I'm
Okay.
totally fine. I literally am usually fighting with red pillars. So
Okay. Sounds
You
good.
can, you can say whatever you want on my channel. I don't have any rules or anything
Okay.
like that.
Well, I am streaming to YouTube and stuff, so if we can keep it within TOS so I don't get banned or something, that'd be great. But
Yeah. I mean, me too. So I'm
Okay.
Yeah. We haven't had any issues, Alex, have we? I don't think so.
No, nothing like that. No, I have a pretty good eye for what YouTube cares about and what they don't care about. Okay, so I think we agreed the debate before I go live. We agreed the debate proposition was going to be two things. I think one of them was, remind me what it was again, Jasmine. You said
The only one I knew of, because when we were going through it, seemed like we didn't have, was the no fault divorce. Yeah.
So
but we can talk about whatever.
you can talk. You guys can. I'll be honest. I don't normally talk about any of this stuff. So any direction you want to take it, like pornography, gay marriage, marriage in general, no fault divorce, I'm cool with talking about anything. I don't know how spicy my takes will be. I'm sort of libertarian adjacent, so maybe a lot of stuff I'm going to say it shouldn't be illegal. I think it should be shameful. So maybe that's where we'll talk, where there'll be a difference. But I'll try my best to.
No fault and then see where it goes.
I understand how people want content where people are disagreeing. They don't want us all sitting here and say, I'll find something to disagree with. Don't worry.
No. On my channel, I actually don't mind if you guys have a chill discussion. I don't want you to. I want you to be as authentic as possible. I don't want you to exaggerate your positions for the sake of
I wouldn't, but I'm sure there'll be things to disagree on. So we'll be all right.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm gonna go live then. Let's do it. All right, what up, players? We are live, right on time. Perfect, to the second. Just kidding. All right, so we are here today with Rob Noir and Jazmen Jafar. Jasmine, you've seen on this channel many, many times. She was recently on Tuesday for speed dating, but even though she has a very busty bra size, she's also a very smart woman. You guys have seen her probably during some of my debates. So, yeah, I think no intro required. Rob, you are new to my channel, so why don't you go ahead and give a quick intro about yourself?
Sure. My name is Rob Noir. I consider myself a populist first, libertarian adjacent second, and then conservative third. I ran for Congress in a special election here in Pennsylvania in 2019. I was a debater in college, and I basically stream. My big issues are politics. I don't talk much about culture. I talk about politics, and my big issue there is what I see as corruption in our institutions. So that's where most of my focus is. I stream pretty much every Wednesday, Thursday, Friday night on Twitch, Rumble, X, and YouTube. So great to be here. Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. All right, so we're going to basically talk about two topics. This is going to be an informal debate, so we're going to generally focus on two topics, but this can go in any direction. This is not like a strict debate. We're just going to really focus on just one debate proposition. The first one we're going to talk about is going to be no-fault divorce, whether it's a good thing, bad thing, neutral thing, whether there should be any shame or stigma around it, that sort of thing. Then the second thing we're going to talk about is pornography, whether pornography is doing more harm, more good, whether it's neutral, how bad is for pornography, that sort of thing. But let's start off with no-fault divorce. It's actually a topic I've never talked about on my channel, so it's going to be the first time here. So I think the best way, since you guys are not too familiar with each other, is for you to give like a 1-2 minute statement, exactly what you think about no-fault divorce, what are your thoughts on it, and then we can open it up from there. So, Jazmen, you want to do the honors?
Sure. I don't know if I have 1 to 2 minutes of opening statement or anything. I didn't prepare one, but yeah, I don't think no fault. I think in the text you originally sent me, it seemed, and I don't know if this is Rob's position because I just got the information from you, that he does think it should be allowed, but he thinks there should be civil penalties. I disagree with that. I don't care about people being married just for the sake of being married. I want people in happy marriages, and I think it's a very we don't live in some utopia where relationships always work out. And I think that since the onset of no-fault divorce, I think it's been better for society. So that's basically I'm introducing his arguments mostly.
Rob, just to quickly confirm, that is indeed your position, that it should be legal, but there should be civil penalties?
Yeah, so I'll explain. I basically don't know what no-fault divorce is. The only time I ever heard it was like 1 or 2 people talking. I'm fortunate I'm in a marriage because I'm not the type of person that talks about these issues often. I don't really have a problem with people that discuss these type of things, or red pillars, or people that want to advocate for, pornography, divorce, open marriages, all that shit. My only advice is I got really lucky and met like the greatest woman in the world. That's it. That probably doesn't happen for many people. So these sorts of issues I haven't really ever focused on. I was actually shocked that there was a period of time in this country where you weren't allowed to get divorced for no reason. I think that that's kind of dumb because my position on marriage as someone who's libertarian adjacent is as follows. I don't think the government should have 2 shits to say about who legally is allowed to get married as long as it's 2 consenting adults. To me, the only reason they're involved is because it's sort of a financial contract. The idea for why we would want the government involved is because the nuclear family is the ideal situation that we should be stretching for, and we should be stretching for 2-parent households, preferably a mother and a father, having children. And I don't mind theoretically the government trying to incentivize that. I would prefer that those financial incentives go directly to a mother and father that stay together and have children of their own, so you maybe wouldn't get those financial incentives under a regular marriage anyways. But to the degree that we're talking about there are financial incentives proffered over marriage, I don't think the government should have the right to discriminate on that based on sort of your biological sex or things like that. In this case, when talking about no-fault divorce, I certainly would shame it. I think that marriage is incredibly important and incredibly serious, right? And that it should be something that's frowned upon in society for having a divorce. But I don't think that legally we should say that 2 people that no longer want to be married should have to stay together. But I guess I would say if you got a financial incentive for being married, then I don't see a problem with saying, well, if you've gotten a divorce for no fault, then you have to give that financial incentive back. And so if you saved $70,000 on your taxes being married 20 years, maybe you have to pay that back in some form or another. It's not a position I've thought strongly about, but it seems to make sense to me. I'm willing to hear other points of view on it, though. But that's where I'm coming from.
Did we lose Alex?
I'm still here, just playing around.
Okay. I just want to make sure you're still here. So
good now.
So you think that? So how would you? I guess I kind of want to know more about. So you just think whatever benefits, and you think that the court should be going through some process to figure out what level of financial benefit that the relationship has or has. Then who is that supposed to fall on? 50-50, both of them? Like this seems like a nightmare.
Well, so there's 2 different questions. There is the contract between 2 people, right? And so how to split up property and stuff like that. I don't think any of that should be affected because of a no-fault divorce. What I'm talking about is specifically, why is government involved in the institution of marriage in the first place? Right? Like if theoretically, I'll ask you, if you say, I want to have 4 people that I choose to use the word husband for, but we don't have it written on paper. It's just 4 guys that we all live together. They're basically roommates that I love. You should be allowed to do that. I don't give a shit. That's none of my business. The only reason that it's people's business is because the government has offered financial incentives for people to get married, right? So you get a tax break. So I'm not talking about paying back sort of the split of property that was obtained throughout a marriage and all those questions, those would still need to be resolved in a normal way that any divorce would be resolved. What I'm talking about is it would be pretty easy to see, well, you filed jointly for the past 12 years, and that saved you X number of tax dollars. So we could see through the man's check and the woman's check how much that saved on their tax bill. Maybe you should pay that back. And then maybe we set up a special fund and we send that to sort of promotion of nuclear families or something to that.
Yeah, so I'm in agreement with you, and I don't think that the government should be involved. I don't think people should get tax breaks for being married, nor do I even think that the government should be incentivizing people to stay married or to get married. But I also think that when people are getting divorced, we should not be making that harder in any way. You don't want children living in a household with an unhappy marriage. Ideally, everyone would live in a happy marriage and it would all be like rainbows, but that's just not the reality. And I'm very, very happy. You seem like you're in a really happy marriage. That's great. But that is not what happens a lot of the time. Most relationships end and many marriages end. And it is better for kids to grow up with parents that are good at co-parenting than parents that are in an unhappy relationship. And I think that making it harder to get divorced makes divorces less amicable, for one. And I don't understand. Like, so you're saying that whatever tax break they got, it should be, if the guy is the main breadwinner, so he should have to pay that back. Like, I think it's just really hard to understand.
The only way that you would be able to do it's the income that you received, right? So you file whatever, your W-2 that you get or whatever, and you see what you would have paid if you were filing single versus if you're filing jointly. And so if that means the man makes more, then yeah, they would owe more of that money back theoretically. And if the woman made more, then they would theoretically owe more of that money back. Maybe it's something that the divorce court itself could settle and say, well, when we're dividing the assets, we think because you now owe the government X amount of dollars that you have to pay back, this is how the divorce court will settle which partner pays each of those or something to that effect. But when you said there's very interesting referring to children. So, okay, let's take away the question of the legality of it and what the government should be involved with. Let's start with saying, what is the sort of ideal that we're stretching for? Because I think it would be bemusing to just talk specifically about the legality of it and not get into the morality at some point. So would you say, it seems like what you suggested there is the ideal that we should focus on first and foremost is the welfare of children? Do you think that's the case? Would you say that?
I guess I kind of just assumed that would be one of the reasons. Why else would you want to make people stay together when they don't want to be together, or de-incentivize them to not, or to make it harder for them to separate? Plus, there are a lot of, like, even in the state I live, you can opt into something called a covenant marriage, where you're basically agreeing to not have no fault divorce be available to you. But the thing is, almost less than 1%, I think in Arizona, it's like 0.25% of couples agree to do this. And usually people that do it's because of religious or whatever reasons, but people don't want that. People don't want to preemptively put themselves in a position where they are stuck. And so I know you kind of want to move away from the government topic, which we can do, but I just don't think that it is safe. And I don't think it's going to be good for society to make it harder for people to get divorced. Divorce is already something really hard. I hope you don't have like the red pill view that people are just doing it willy-nilly and that they're just throwing it like, women are just waking up one morning deciding to get divorced and taking all the assets. This is not how it goes. And, when no fault divorce was first instituted in all the states, the female suicide rate went down, domestic violence went down by 30%. A lot of times people in marriages, especially the more vulnerable party, feel stuck. And I don't want to make them more stuck.
Okay, so there's a lot that you said there, but I want to get back to the idea. So my ideal would be, I think that once you procreate, that your number one responsibility is to that child and the welfare and well-being of that child. Now, that doesn't mean that you ignore all of your own well-being. For example, I don't give a shit if you're in the best marriage of the world. You need alone time. Like, you might be the best parent in the world. You need time for yourself. But your priorities do change, right? And the welfare of that child should be number one. So I have no problem with then, if we're looking at things through a utilitarian calculus and saying, well, what is best for society? Saying what is best for the children. Now, as this is something that I don't talk about and debate quite frequently, I'm not going to claim to have studies at my fingertips that's really the exact numbers on this. But there is no doubt that when you have a family that is separated, the well-being of that child incredibly diminishes. Even in amicable divorces, those children end up doing much worse off than people that try to stick it out. What we're talking about here is let me finish real quick. Let me finish real quick. So what we're talking about specifically is no-fault divorce here, and what you're going to tell me is, well, there are marriages where that's not true. For example, you wouldn't want to force a woman to stay with an batterer, an abusive husband. That child will actually do worse than if there was a separation and that woman was allowed to take the child from that abusive husband. But you would be allowed to do that even in a system with no-fault divorce being outlawed, because that would be just cause, I would assume, or fault to say that I am battered, I'm abused emotionally, physically, etc. And so those situations that we would talk about that would still be covered elsewhere. What we have today is a cultural phenomenon where the value of the family has diminished so much that there was a Democrat named Moynihan in the 60s that commissioned this report. It was particularly focused on Black Americans, right? And it said that it was a crisis that 25% of children that were Black were born out of wedlock, and they called that a crisis. And that's because they understood the data showed that children that are born in wedlock with nuclear family are far more likely to succeed in almost every aspect of life that we consider desirable. That number is 75% today, and it's not much better for white Americans, Hispanic Americans, etc. We have a crisis in this country where, because we no longer shame divorce and we think this mentality of free sex and you should just go out and love yourself and do what you want and divorce isn't that big deal, the number one group of people that are being harmed by this is the children. And then sadly it leads to this self-perpetuating cycle where the children think that that's the way that life's supposed to be. Instead, even if we're not going to legally change it, we absolutely need to get back where we're shaming people for being so selfish that they put the well-being of their children on the back burner and they say, I'm just bored with this marriage, so I'll leave. Or I find that it's neglectful or something, so I'll read. You had that child and you should do everything possible to stay together in that relationship. And if that means making some sort of sacrifices, not being beaten, not being abused, those are different things. But you should make sacrifices to try to make that marriage work for the betterment of your child, if nothing else.
All right, let's let Jazmen get it.
Yeah, I know. He has a much louder voice than me and a mic, so I keep getting interrupted.
I can fix that on my end.
Okay. So one thing is, no, it's not just that children in families where somebody's beating them are doing worse off. People in unhappy marriages where there's arguing in the home or when there's conflict in the home, those children end up doing far worse than children who are having parents that are co-parenting. A good co-parenting relationship is much preferable to a home with conflict. And when people want to get divorced, whether there's fault or not, there is usually conflict involved. In fact, when you ask children, and there are studies on this, and there's been numerous studies on what I just said, when you ask children later if they regret their parents getting divorced, they mostly say no because there was high conflict in the home when that was occurring. So no, I don't believe that yes, you want the key to a good life for children is two parents that, yes, are prioritizing the child, but that doesn't mean prioritizing the relationship with each other, right? A lot of the stats and data, even on single motherhood, if you adjust for income and education, those entirely dissipate. It's actually really interesting. We're seeing donor-born children actually doing very well on a variety, on like basically the same as children in nuclear families on a variety of metrics, because those people have resources and they're educated and they're planning for the child. So I don't think that it's no, let me finish. I let you rant. So when there is like this idea that it's about the nuclear family and that's what's contributing to the well-being of the child, it's not. It's about parents that are there for them, and it's about those children having resources and support. And that is not going to be as easy when the parents are unhappy and they're forcing themselves to try to work in this relationship that most of the time does not work out. The dominant mating strategy for humans is serial monogamy. It's really cute that this idea of two people staying together forever, if it worked, we wouldn't be having all these divorces. And there was never a time in history that you can point to where you say this was the golden age and everything was great. If you can, to tell me when we should go back to. I actually am reading this great book. It's called The Way We Never Were. Really thick book with a lot of references. American Families in the Nostalgia Trap. It was never this case. And even the 1950s, which is this one tiny era that people like to point at, it had a slew of issues and it wasn't as happy as you think. In fact, children now are doing better on a variety of metrics. Less violence. They're doing less drinking, less casual sex. And you may say there's other issues with social media and all that. I completely agree with you. But it's not like since no-fault divorce became more common that children are actually doing worse in any
that's not true. First, before I go off on what I'm going to talk about, I have a question about I think that you're probably misrepresenting many of these studies. I doubt that we'll be able to get into the minutia of those studies in this conversation. However, I will ask you about one specific study that you talked about. You said that studies show donor families, those children are doing quite well. Now, that would sort of be correlation, not causation, because it takes a certain amount of money to accept to be able to adopt. When you say donor families, are you talking, do those studies show single donor families? So a single parent that adopts, is that what those studies are showing?
Yeah, so it's usually older women, older affluent women, and that's right. I think that what we should be doing, children born in affluent families with a good support system, even if it's not a mother and a father, do fine. I just think a lot of times this single mother stat is thrown around, but single mothers also have way higher likelihoods of being very poor, drug abuse, alcohol abuse, etc. And then we pretend that all of the issues the child is having is because it's just the mother and not all of those things.
But again, I want to be clear. So you're saying there are studies that show that 60-year-old women or something that adopt, those children are performing equally or better than children. They're performing equal to children that grow up in two-parent households.
Yes, and I can pull that up if you want.
Are those women disproportionately wealthy?
Yeah, they do well, but my whole point is also so you're saying basically you can replace a father with wealth?
No.
Okay, that's fine.
What I'm suggesting is that there are certain things that are beneficial, and the best thing that would be beneficial, as not only history, but as is shown by remarkable studies, show that two-parent households, particularly with the biological parents, are the ideal situation. Now, there are certainly situations where that wouldn't apply. For example, you have a drunken husband or wife that beats their spouse. Obviously, that.
Or you're educated and you have high socioeconomic status. Those two things alone make it so I guess so maternal education and socioeconomic status are the two biggest predictors of childhood success. Not having a married father in the home. Now, a good father, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I don't think that is contingent upon the parents staying together.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep going. I asked you specifically about this, right? I don't believe the way that you're interpreting many of these studies. Now, you could be right. I'm admitting that it's not something that I look into frequently. But my guess would be if we dig into these studies, the pictures.
Rob, would it help if she pulls up the study?
She can, but if you want me to go through like a 40-page study or something right now to look at its methodology, I suppose I can. I read pretty fast. Like that's no problem. If you want to,
I'll leave it up to you. I'll leave it up to you guys.
Fire away.
Well, he can finish because I don't have them but I have studied this before and I do have it somewhere in my notes, so it won't take me long to pull up. But it's also these are not controversial. These are not controversial.
Sure, it's also not controversial that we can see since going back as far as the 60s that almost everyone in our political and education system said that it was a crisis that we had so many children that were born out of wedlock. And study after study has shown that growing up in a two-parent household, graduating high school, having a full-time job, these metrics are the key metrics to ensure that you don't have negative outcomes in life, like becoming a drug addict.
Even if that was the ideal. Even if that was the ideal. We do know.
I don't mind having big, long back and forth, but it won't work if I talk in a big chunk and then you talk in a big chunk and then I talk and you interrupt.
You started talking in a big chunk, but okay.
I thought your chunk was remarkably big.
All right, let's get back to discussion. We don't care whose chunk was bigger.
Right. Nonetheless, all you care about is the bigness of our chest as we're trying to bring in viewers, right? So anyways, to bring up sort of the idea that you said, it's like, well, when you have parents that aren't getting along, et cetera, the problem is culturally, we've embraced this idea of it's like, oh, well, you have to have this idea of happiness. We've shifted the idea that you need to sacrifice as a parent and actually do what you can to make sacrifices. The idea of a marriage or any sort of partnership that works out well is that both partners need to make a sacrifice. Any good marriage or people that are involved in good marriages will tell you there are sacrifices that you need to make as a husband, as a wife, as a parent, etc. The problem is we have adapted this mentality that you're talking about that's like serial monogamy. Oh, you got tired of your wife? Just say, hey, I'm done with you. Now I want to go out and bang someone different. The problem is accepting that mindset culturally has led to a mindset that is selfish, that leads to those people arguing more in the family in the first place. So you would have two parents that are more willing to bicker and not sacrifice for the greatness of their child because they're not actually embracing a situation where they're engaged in monogamy and love in a moral sense, that they understand understand that protecting that family union is the most important thing. And we can see that there are significant problems that occur when this happens. For example, a lot of times what you see is the people that are more likely to abuse children are when a woman has a child and then enters in with another partner. We can see that the abuse rates from children remarkably go up then. All of this has to do with sort of this cultural idea that we should not only not shame divorce, but we should celebrate it. We should say, yay, if you're unhappy for any reason, then go ahead and leave. I might agree with you on the legality that legally you should be allowed to have a no-fault divorce, but we as a society should say that's shameful. That shows a sign that if it's no fault, it's different. It's
okay,
different
is this not a monologue?
Abuse. Yeah, it certainly is potentially a monologue, seeing as how you.
Okay, then I get a monologue after.
Isn't that the way it's been working?
We can, but I thought we wanted to change it. But okay.
Okay, you want to do minute to minute? Go ahead. We'll give you a minute, then I'll go a minute. Go for it.
Okay, so first of all,
everyone can respond however long it takes. All right, go ahead, Jazmen.
Okay, so this idea of the 1960s being this like golden era, it's actually funny because if you actually go back more, if you actually want to be more traditional, this idea of getting married for love is actually very, very new. The most common purpose of marriage in history was not to ensure that children had a mother and father, but it was to acquire advantageous in-laws and expand the family labor force. That's where this idea of illegitimate children came from, which is that if you're born out of wedlock or out of this system and it's not approved of by the in-laws, that you actually have less rights than a child born in another situation. And it is not this is not disputed at all that children born in or children that are growing up in families of conflict. I agree. If you can have a great partner, having a great partner and having a great marriage does make you happier. That's great. I think that is great to have a great little family and to not have to split up time and everybody's getting along and everybody's perfect. That's wonderful. But what happens when that does not work, which is a lot of the time? And for you to say that we should be pushing people to stay together and to work at it, even when they are not happy and when it's not working out, I don't think is a great idea. In the 1960s, women were just dousing themselves with all sorts of drugs, opiates. There was mommy's little helper, taking meth, all kinds of stuff, just to try to cope with this system. And they would even there was a thing called housewife syndrome and all these things. And this is one of the reasons that actually.
Just curious.
I mean, yeah, go for it. Fine. Every time
right.
We could quit the monologues if you want, or we can continue.
Okay.
But yours are longer. We'll say that.
I'm just more interesting, so it might seem longer to someone who can't keep up.
I think I'm more interesting for sure.
Unimpressed. Anyways, going on about this, right? The difference here is, it's not just that you're saying like, oh, well, Rob says that you should try to stick it out. You should. If your number one priority, which we agreed should be to the children, then you have to understand that any two people, even if you're just roommate, are going to have conflict. There's some level of conflict. Two roommates, that's not a relationship that we care about that much. So if there's any level of conflict that seems uncomfortable whatsoever, we just say, fine, we'll just go find new roommates. Not a big deal. Once you're involved in having children, the calculus changes and you understand that conflict's inevitable. And so what you have to do is be willing to make sacrifices. I'm not saying you should stay in a relationship where you're being physically abused or something like that. But the difference is you're celebrating. You're celebrating it. You're saying, you're not just saying, well, you should stick with it and try to make sacrifices. That's not necessarily the right thing to do. You're saying, no, serial monogamy is the way to go. So what you do culturally is you're actually encouraging the very terrible situation that we've already agreed is something that children shouldn't have to deal with. You're saying that for any reason, anytime it gets even slightly tough in a marriage, that's good. That's the norm. Serial monogamy.
Wow. I don't think people
serial monogamy is to be preferred. Why wouldn't that be the case?
No, but people are not divorcing. People don't even break up in relationships outside of marriage because it's slightly tough. I don't know where you're getting this idea that as soon as people are like bored or their relationships are emotional, people get attached and people are not leaving. But you keep talking about physical abuse. What about emotional abuse? What about I don't know if you've heard of the Gottmans and the contempt, criticism, all these things that make people miserable and actually make them worse parents. When you're in an unhappy relationship, you are a worse parent.
Why are we talking about let's talk about what we want specifically. So let's give a hypothetical and you tell me what your ideal situation here would be.
I honestly think the ideal situation is two parents
No. Let me give this hypothetical and then you could respond to it. There is a man and a woman. We'll just say for the sake of argument it's the woman, but it could be the inverse. I don't give a shit. They're married, they have 2 kids, right? And the marriage seems happy, but one day we'll just use the woman. Again, it could be interchangeable though. She sees a new guy at the gym and says, boy, I'd really like to fuck him. So you know what? I'm done with this marriage. Should she? Do you think that's perfectly fine, seeing as how you think serial monogamy is the norm?
Well, I don't think I'll answer a hypothetical, but this is extremely, extremely, extremely rare. It is extremely rare. But I will say that if she doesn't fuck this guy and she forces herself to stay in this relationship and be miserable because for some reason this is like some really bizarre woman that really wants to leave everything because she saw a hot guy at the gym, which I'm sure is super common. You know, marriage is just nothing and people just do it, and women are just dying to separate their families because of a guy at the gym. But if she's going to be miserable in that marriage, if she's unhappy in this marriage, yes. And what's important, I think, for the children is that both parents, ideally, are still there for the child and still parent the child. That doesn't mean that they have to be
But notice
together.
you changed the calculus there. You said that
Why?
that would be tantamount to her, quote, being miserable in the marriage. So if she's
not miserable, I don't think she would divorce. I don't think, okay, you know what? If this lady is one of the very few lady who wouldn't be miserable in the marriage, but just really wants to leave to go fuck this guy and wants to upend her whole family, then probably not, just because, like, if I was giving her advice, like, I think I'm not going to say she's not allowed to do it and it's her life, but if I was giving her advice, I'd say, are you unhappy in the marriage? No, I just really want to fuck that guy. I'd be like, okay, talk to your husband. Maybe he'll let you, maybe not. And then you can go from there. But if you're not happy, it's such a crazy example. But sure,
I'll explain why. It's not crazy. I'll explain why. You're saying that human nature is serial monogamy. So human nature would be you're in a relationship for someone 2-3 years, then you get bored of being intimate with them. So
no, I never said you get bored.
Okay, then
that's not people do not state boredom as a reason for their divorce.
Okay.
How many people do you know that get divorced because they're bored? Boredom is not a reason for divorce.
Forget divorce.
Conflict,
define
infidelity, pretty high on the list.
Stop. I know you think you're on a roll here. Define the term serial monogamy.
You think you're on a roll. Serial monogamy is that people go, yes, from monogamous relationship to monogamous. Sometimes, like, the average, I think, is about 7 years, but they're not leaving because they're bored. They're leaving because the relationship is now full of conflict. There's typically a lot of fighting that goes on before a divorce. There's usually actually, I think they say a year of extreme conflict, fighting, constant fights, constant issues before people break up, even out of a relationship. Everyone in the audience, I want you to stop and think. It's really great that he's in this great, wonderful, happy relationship. How many times have you guys been married or in a long-term relationship where without fighting, without the conflict, where you think to yourself, you know what, everything's great here and everything's wonderful and the family's just wonderful and there's no issues. I just am bored and I'm trying to move on to another partner. Serial monogamy does not mean people move on when they're bored. It just means this idea of we don't pair bond for life.
Okay,
we're not
cool. All right, we got the monologue here. So then if I interpret what you just said, you tell me if I'm strawmanning you here. What you said is the norm is for people to be in a monogamous relationship for roughly 7 years. Correct? You said that.
That's typically the pattern we see, yes.
And that's the human nature, correct? Okay.
That's what's happening.
Okay, let me finish. And the reason they're leaving, that it only lasts 7 years, isn't boredom. It's because the norm is, for any relationship that lasts 7 years, the normal situation is there'll be a lot of conflict.
No, not any relationship.
I didn't say any, I said normal.
He just said any. People rewind. He just said any relationship, but okay.
I said normal.
You said let me
if you think that maybe I misspoke, maybe you misheard. So let me clarify. So a normal situation would be at 7 years, in a normal relationship, there's going to be a lot of conflict that both sides would want to leave.
So average and normal are very different things. I don't know why you're using
so then
it typically seems to me that at 7 years, yes, that is a thing in psychology. That is a thing that we've observed. This is a pattern that has been observed in our society. But at around 7 years, conflict starts. That doesn't mean that you get divorced right away when conflict starts. I'm saying
I understand that you're going to extrapolate, but the question I'm trying to, so when you say that that's the average or normal or whatever term, you mean more than 50% of relationships?
No, I'm saying that 7 years seems to be the time where a lot of couples, and we can pull up exactly to look at the minutia of this, but the point is that this idea of lifelong monogamy with one person Very few people are with one person their entire life.
Okay, I understand that, but
This
it's
is very
important because
rare.
we're trying to get.
No, let me
what we're trying to
This
get.
is
What
very
we're trying.
rare in the human population. This is extremely rare, and we cannot set up a society where we say that we're going to expect this, and we should be aiming for something that is almost impossible for the majority of people. Even the relationships
Again,
that stating
I understand the filibuster
are
and
not
the monologue.
necessarily
I'm trying
happy
to get.
relationships.
I understand the filibuster and the monologue. What I'm trying to get is what we should expect for average human nature to be through some sort of relationships. And it seems that you're like trying to think about what my argument will be in the future instead of just imparting your knowledge to all of us of what the average normal human experience is. So it seems to be. So the question I have is, for example, you've waffled on sort of the difference between the term normal and average. What I'm asking is this: 7 years. Okay, obviously that could mean there's going to be some relationships where the conflict starts at 2 years, some where it starts at 15 years, some where it starts immediately, some where the conflict never happens. I'm saying the bulk of human nature. I'm just asking questions to get what you think. Would you say that the bulk of humans are at some point, the average being 7 years, but at some point going to have conflict to the point where at least one of them wants to leave because of the conflict?
Yeah, so I don't know why you're harping on the 7 years. If you want, we could, but that's when we're going to have to pull all those. No, let me finish. But I like what you said there. Yes, the average and the normal thing that happens is that over a period of time, like you said, whether it's 2 years, whether it's 10 years, whether it's 15 years, and we have a lot of things called a grade divorce. Grade divorces are shooting through the roof, which is couples that get divorced after 50 or after their children have left the home. These are skyrocketing. It is very normal that people are not with one person for the rest of their life. The first person you have sex with is very likely not going to be the only person you have sex with. And people usually don't have one relationship their entire lives. I'm very happy that you do, but that is not the case for the majority of us. And I don't think that expecting that to be is how we can have a flourishing society. It didn't work in the past. There was never a time you can point at and say, this was the perfect time and children were doing really great here. And this was so wonderful in the 60s where children were having casual sex and doing.
We get the monologue. So what she just told you was that divorce.
Wait, Rob, real quick. Yeah. So you're having an issue. So your audio sometimes comes in strong and then sometimes it comes in weaker.
And it has to do with StreamYard. There's something about it that, so I don't know what I could do. I'm not messing with my audio.
I think right now it sounds fine.
I know what it is. Wait 1 second. I actually can fix this. It has to do with StreamYard. I think the default settings, like some stupid audio.
I adjusted the default. I adjusted the
echo cancellation and removed by that. Now it should be better. Sorry about that. So hopefully we should be good now, and it should.
No, it just made it worse. Here, let me put those back on. Okay, say something.
Check. Am I too low or too high?
Trust me, it's much better with those two things on.
Okay.
I think it's fine now. We'll just make the best.
Okay. All right. So
I'll manually adjust. Wait, real quick. Actually, I want to do this quick exercise. I want you guys to just really quickly steelman the other person's position to make sure you guys are not talking past each other. So, Jazmen, why don't you start first?
Well, I didn't get I was getting ready to make the key point of my argument there.
Okay, make your point, then we're going to do this.
She said that the average would be that the normal default human experience would be one where we should expect divorce. That because there will be some amount of conflict, that will occur. Instead of trying to work through that conflict, we should celebrate that it's just human nature to say there's conflict, we should leave. And that would be the normal situation with the normal marriage. And so that every marriage, normally based on human nature, would end up in divorce. This is what I'm talking about with culturally, not only saying that legally divorce should be allowed to happen, but celebrating and cheering it on. She's literally saying that it is absolutely human nature for all marriages, or the average marriage, to end in divorce. 7 years would be the average. Think of the devastation that would lead to these children, because parents were unwilling to understand that it is normal human nature for any two couples to have conflict. But what you're supposed to do as people that care the most about your children is work through that conflict to make sure that your children's being raised in the best scenario possible. Not to give up and give into your base. Let me finish. Not to give up and give into the most baseness of your human nature and say, well, humans like to bang other people anytime conflict arises, and it's human nature to say that I won't stay with this marriage. That's the logical extrapolation of your argument.
No, it's not a logical extrapolation. But can I respond really quick? Can I do my key point like he just did?
Yeah.
So what he's saying though, and yes, this is why the divorce rate is 50%. This is why he can't point to any time in human history where there was this ideal relationship and this ideal thing where people were working through it and there was no conflict in the home and children were growing up great. This is not the case. This is why children whose parents get divorced do not regret it. In his world, if there is a child growing up where people are yelling at each other, where people are unhappy, where there's fights, which happens to so many children, his idea is just tell the parents, work it out. Great. It is very unrealistic and it is very like, oh, it makes me feel good and this is like what people should do and it's going to work out fine. It doesn't. It doesn't. We live in the real world. And I know that bothers him. And I know that he thinks that we can just get rid of our natural tendencies and our human nature and we can just meet one person and stay with them forever and have perfect kids and have no conflict. This is not reality.
The reason it's not reality. The reason it's not reality is because we
it's not, if you're not doing your children any favors by staying in a relationship, it doesn't have to be physically abusive. It could be emotionally abusive.
The reason that she says
it could be any of these things. And he thinks that the best thing for the children is for you to stay and force each other and try to work it out. If you can work it out, great. But most people break up or get divorced because they can't work it out, not because they didn't try. Not because they got bored, not because they found a hot guy at the gym. This is a very incel fucking idea. This is a very incel.
We're done with the.
Wait, hang on. I'm going both of you guys make your key point. Now, I do want to do Steelman exercise because I think you guys are just talking massively past each other.
We're not.
So, Jasmine, can you just quickly Steelman what Rob's argument is?
Rob's argument is that we should be trying to push marriages and trying to, I don't want to say force, because I really want to try to get his thing, that we should be, as a society, we should be like, I guess, prioritizing, or we should be pushing for people to try to work out their marriages and that they shouldn't be getting divorced willy-nilly. Now, the problem is I don't think that's happening, but that would be his thing, because he thinks it's better for the children and it's better for them and it's better for society overall. That would be, I guess, my Steelman.
Okay. Rob, did she accurately describe your position?
I don't know. It's close enough, I guess. Sure.
Okay.
I'd say her position is that because it's human nature that people tend to have conflicts on average when they stick together for a long amount of time, that it would be absurd to say that they have to stay together and be unhappy, and that actually makes the situation worse for both partners and the child. And so therefore we should say it's okay for you to get divorced.
Jasmine, did he accurately sum up your position?
A little bit. I guess I would just say that we have to create a society where we at least acknowledge that reality and then think of what's best to do in that situation. And I also believe that the only other thing I would say is that I do think for the most part, people are trying to work out their relationships.
Okay,
people
now,
are
I would
not
like to respond to the monologue she just had, so I could respond to that, right?
And then
the reason that we say it's just not working out, people have these conflicts and are unhappy, the reason is because we've allowed people to embrace the worst parts of their human nature. And there's an awful lot about human nature and sort of the animalistic beliefs you could have if you don't have a system of morality guiding you that we would say are things that we should strive against. For example, men that are physically more powerful might see women that they find attractive and say, I want to make her mine, even if she doesn't like. You could excuse that as the worst impulses of human nature. Yet we would say as a society, that's something that should be frowned upon, because we understand that you have to reject some of the aspects of human nature and some of the aspects of your animalistic beliefs for a higher code of morality. I choose to believe that her morality is based on Christianity. But whatever the case, if we're just talking even outside of a biblical sense of the morality of wanting to do what's best for your child, we shouldn't give in and say it's human nature to have conflict and therefore it's not working out, so therefore I want to leave. That's what she's doing. The reason that things have gotten so bad and divorce has become more prevalent is because we have given in culturally as a society to sort of embracing this free sex. It's okay, it's human nature to want to go out there to have conflict, so it's okay to try to not work it out. I am giving caveats for the relationship that is severely not working, such as that where you have physical abuse and things of that nature. But other than that, particularly in a situation where there's children, you can't give in to your base human nature and say it's all about me, me, me. You should make sacrifices, and as should your partner, to be able to make sure that you are foregoing those conflicts, which is human nature for everyone. If it's human nature for everyone to have these conflicts, why are there relationships that work out then?
Is this a question to me?
That is a question to you.
So, because I don't think the world is black and white. I don't think every relationship works or every relationship doesn't work. I look at the overall pattern, and there was no time in society, no time in history where your utopia existed. The 1950s, the 1960s that you love so much, people were having a ton of extra. No, okay, let me finish. The 1960s or wherever you think things have gone so bad, in the time that you're talking about, you did bring up the 1960s, it was actually completely normal for men to have extramarital affairs. That was actually considered culturally normal.
We live in a sinful world.
Your society has never existed. And for you to say, okay, it's human nature to assault somebody, that's very different. And that should be criminally penalized. But there's a reason you're saying that people leaving a relationship shouldn't be, because those are not the same thing. Otherwise, you should criminally penalize anybody
that's not
who
true.
does anything outside of Christian morals.
No, time out. Where have I ever remotely suggested, hell, even most Christian nationalists wouldn't say that all sin or all things that are immoral should be illegal.
So why should rape be illegal but not divorce?
Because one is aggressing on another person.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean right. But you're conflating morality with legality, right? Let me finish.
I'm not. Let me clarify my position. Let me finish. You just clarified your position in the middle of my monologue. You interrupted me, and then now
it's a blowing competition. I'm sure you can do it better than me. You're not going to talk over me.
Everyone's muted. Okay, stop. No one can hear when you guys talk at the same time. Although I do enjoy the spirit debate. All right, let Jazmen finish her point, and then it's all you, Rob. Okay, I'm muting everyone. Okay, go ahead, Jazmen.
The reason I brought that up is he was like, well, if under Jazmen's logic, if we're just going to give into our human nature, then things like rape is, I guess, justified or whatever, because that's just a part of our human nature. But I'm pointing to him to say that, no, there's a reason that you see those things differently, because one is aggressing on another, which is very different than two people deciding not to be together. If that's not moral under your worldview, that's fine. But that is your worldview, and that's not even what the majority of people believe anymore. And the majority of people do not think it's immoral for two people to no longer want to be together. And I don't think that's a horrible thing, and that's us giving into our horrible, like, rapey, fucking human nature-y self. This is something that's very tragic. I think if you ask most people, would you like to have a partner that works out forever and makes you happy? We would say yes. Nobody gets married in order to get divorced later. This is not very common.
Hey, Alex, feel free to let her interject and then give her the time to speak again when I'm explaining what her monologue's about.
You interjected on me.
Stop. I've been a fair moderator. Go ahead, Rob.
Cool. Anyways, so the point that she's trying to make, just because something is immoral doesn't mean it should be illegal. What I'm trying to say is there are things outside the scope of legality that we could still say there are base human nature, that we could still say that it's something that as a society we should frown upon because it's still immoral. Just because I think that there are things that are illegal that also are immoral doesn't mean that I think that all things that are immoral should be illegal. And so when she says, well, it's normal for relationships to engage in conflict and then want to leave that relationship because there's a certain level of conflict and go on to something else, I'm saying that if our morality should be that we need to sacrifice for the well-being of our children, we should owe it to our children to go against those base impulses. And what that means is any relationship, and I tried to ask her, here's the problem when you're engaged in a debate like this, when you ask someone a question, she's just going to ramble on for 2.5 minutes, and then when I try to get back in, the moderator will say, give her the time
to
talk
again. Let's
not take this time to complain about the moderator.
It's so much fun.
You guys are both talking. I just need someone to talk.
Nonetheless, so I can't ask her. So I asked her a specific question. I said, so wouldn't that mean that all relationships have some level of conflict? I won't ask her again. Instead, I'll answer as if I think she would, because if I give her a chance to answer, I'll lose my opportunity. I'll keep talking because it's clear that that's the way that this has to work. No problem. So she would admit that all relationships have some level of conflict. The question I have is then, if there are certain relationships that have that level of conflict, but they're able to work through it, that seems to show that we should prioritize as a society and celebrate those people that have chosen to self-sacrifice to get through the inevitable levels of conflict that would occur. And it is true, any two relationships, if you spend enough time, will result in some sort of conflict. The problem is she's setting cultural values that would mean that we just give up and say, well, it's totally normal when there's conflict to say that we should go ahead and split. She can't give the specific level of what sort of conflict would be able to go. In fact, when asked previously about the idea of serial monogamy being sort of a relationship, she says, well, if it was her friend that just wanted to sleep with the attractive guy, she would say, no, that's probably not good. It would only be if there's some amount of conflict. conflict. Well, I could turn that right to her and say, well, conflict will be inevitable if she sees someone that she sexually desires and she's being told that she can't go. That will make things like conflict inevitable because she'll find reasons to have conflict with her husband, which will inevitably lead to the desire of her going out and doing what's in her base human nature anyways, which is cheating on them. I'm prioritizing a system, even though legally I think you should be able to have no-fault divorce, a system that suggests that we should frown on people giving into their base impulses and instead prioritize the well-being of children and the family union. Her saying that there's never been a utopian society is absolutely true. We do live in a secular world, which is why that we had the Son of God sacrifice his life, because we're all imperfect. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't strive for that. And we can see that the data is quite remarkable that suggests that loving two-parent households are the priority that should be stressed to have the best situation for family values growing up. We already see that there's a population decline.
This is really long.
Right,
this is super long.
Let's let him finish. Go ahead.
So we can already see that there's a population crisis because of the fracture of focusing on the nuclear family as the core value that we should appreciate in our society. Instead, we've embraced this idea of serial monogamy, or worse than that, we see this free sex movement that says you should go out and rack up as much body count as you want, and you shouldn't get married in the first place, and you shouldn't have children, and you should focus on materialism, etc. It's making society worse off in almost all ways. She even erroneously said earlier that by most metrics, children are doing really well. How's their mental health? How's children's mental health today compared to how it was like 30, 40 years ago?
Okay, can I talk now?
Yes, go ahead.
I will actually ask him a question. I will not do a whole little monologue. I will just answer his question. When I talk about conflict, he's like trying to, she doesn't say what level of conflict. And he's acting like most of the divorces happen because of low levels of conflict. So a question I would ask him when I'm done is, in a relationship, let's say you're with a narcissist, and he's not physically abusing you, but and if there was unequivocal, if you were convinced of data, or you knew, or the children, or a psychologist, or somebody said, you two being together is causing more harm to the children than if you guys were to live separately. In that situation, do you not have a duty to your child to leave that relationship? You can think about how you want to answer that. And yeah, was it better? I'm sure that when in the 60s, where everyone was there was all these teen pregnancies happening, all these illegitimate children being born. There were way more of those types of children being born too. So you can talk about the declining birth rate. We can have that whole conversation. But there was this idea, like the utopia, and you're saying, well, it's because Jesus came down or whatever. Great, but also religion, and people don't believe in your thing anymore. A lot of people don't. So you cannot just say, well, in my utopia, great, go move to another society, start a Christian world and do that. But we do live in a secular country. We do live in a country that is not ruled by God's law. And this is the reality that we live in. And when relationships end, a lot of times it's because of high conflict that is actually detrimental to the children. So I'm asking you, because at least there's some cases where the conflict is so detrimental and people have personality disorders or all kinds of things that make being in that relationship high conflict and damaging to the children. And in expert opinion or whatever, in those cases, would you not agree, without physical abuse, let's say, or any of the things that you Christians would deem as grounds for divorce, wouldn't that parent have a duty to separate and co-parent if it's better for the child? Or do you think there are no circumstances where that would be better for the child? Zero.
Well, you've answered your own question if you listen to what I talk about. I already said that there would be reasons for at-fault divorce. Those reasons could be physical in nature. There could be reasons beyond the physical, indeed, that would be reasons that it would be better off for one partner to leave, and even for the benefit of the child. Now, whether it would be because a particular psychiatrist... Now, isn't it interesting? You ask a question and then ramble on.
Well, no,
which
you didn't.
I'm going to have to be more forceful as a moderator. Okay. Jazmen, just let him finish, and then you can respond.
So it's interesting. The question would be like some independent expert says such. I don't know. What's the biases of that expert? What's their qualifications, etc. But certainly,
is there no case?
Holy shit! Why don't you listen? Why don't you listen?
Let's just let him.
Okay.
It's just funny.
So literally the next words out of my mouth, right? Getting bemused. It's sort of the antics going on here. Literally the next words out of my mouth would be, certainly there are cases where that would be the case. Absolutely, it would be the case. How you would determine exactly what that case is would be something that we would have to look at. I think that all of us should expect some level of conflict, because you're right. It's human nature for any two people that spend a lot of time together to have some sort of conflict. And we need to understand that that's inevitable when you get into the institution of marriage and before you have kids, and understand that it's something that both partners need to sacrifice to get through, because that's something that is a normal experience. The difference is you're talking about fringe cases, which I would agree exist, but we're arguing about what my worldview is, which I say it should be legal for you to even have a no-fault divorce, but we should say that you should do everything possible to stick it out because it would be beneficial to the child versus your worldview. And what your worldview is, one that embraces materialism and secularism and giving into base human, the most base of human instincts, and that we should actually celebrate that. And what you're suggesting is it is absolutely the norm for people to want to get divorced after 7 years. That it would absolutely, it would actually, let me rephrase. You said that it is the average, that it is.
That's usually when it's an average age of breakup. However,
you answered, I'm not going to leave you filibuster. You can talk. I will ask the questions. I will ask, much like you, I will ask the questions and then ramble on for another 2 minutes.
Rob, you did go on let her respond. I'll make sure she answers the question.
I think people do try. People do try to do things to work it out. I don't think this system that you're describing, where people just willy-nilly pick up and leave without trying to work it out, this is not fringe. It's not fringe to outside of physical abuse or outside of infidelity that people don't work out for good reason. Like, imagine if me and you are married. Are you going to try to work it out with me for the rest of our lives? I think it would be much better.
If I loved you enough to marry you, that's something that I would do, because I took that seriously, those vows seriously, and I understood the institution of what I considered marriage, not because it's legal, but because of what it means to me and what love means, and sacrificing to be with someone and to make them part of your life. I would try to stick it out. Now the question is, I'll ramble. You asked the question, and now I'll interject and answer and ramble on as if it was done with his mind, so I can talk over.
Let's let him, guys.
I'm literally going to keep talking.
Let's just let him ask his question. He's almost done.
Oh, I'm answering the question that I was asked. That's the way when it's right. So that's the platform that we're using now. So the point that I'll try to make, she's trying to spin out of it. She's trying to spin out of it.
Guys, I'm gonna have to start treating you guys like children. Okay, let's just let Rob finish. I think he's getting close to done. Let's let him finish answering the question. If you don't feel like he adequately answers the question, Jasmine, you can re-ask the question. I'll make sure he answers. Go ahead.
Okay.
So again, what she's already told you, that it's the norm for these conflicts to exist. Now she's trying to hedge against it and saying, well, people aren't leaving.
Is this answering the question?
But again, she's saying, well, people aren't leaving just because they had a little spat. It's because of these conflicts. But she's already told you that level of conflict is the norm. Whatever that level is, she hasn't given that threshold, but that is true. That's what she said. She said that that human nature is serial monogamy. On average, it lasts 7 years. But it is, I asked her specifically, it is the normal human condition that inevitably you will move on. And it's not because you get bored of it, it's because of the conflict that will come from that. That means when she's making two contradictory arguments here, on one, she's saying, it's not so unusual, or it's not this thing that Rob's saying that, it's the norm for people to just separate because conflict. When people leave, it's because the conflict, they had good reasons. But then she's admitting, but that's the norm of every relationship, that level of conflict will occur. Am I wrong? That's what you said.
Did he adequately answer your question or no?
No, because I still want to know, he's saying that outside of physical, is emotional abuse a good enough reason, or financial abuse? Is that a good enough reason to leave a relationship or no?
It would define the threshold.
What do you mean the threshold?
Am I emotionally abusing you right now?
No. Because we're not in a...
Let's say you thought I was. Let's say that we were, God forbid, in a relationship, right? And you thought that this level of argument, which I'm actually enjoying. But let's say that you subjectively thought this.
Okay, let me clarify. Let me give you a more specific hypothetical. What if there's a woman who she feels like her husband is constantly criticizing her, constantly fighting with her, picking fights over little things. She's asked him to stop. She's tried to work at it to stop, and he's not stopping. And there's no physical violence, but it's just this emotional abuse over and over. And she's tried to make him stop, and he is not doing that. Do you think, and it's her children are hearing them fight, her children are hearing the guy yell at her. Do you think in that situation she should leave, or should she try even harder, or maybe just accept it to stay in that relationship?
It depends on, again, the threshold of the things you're talking about. Any level, for example, we could go right down the loose, even physical abuse. There are levels of physical abuse that to me wouldn't justify divorce. For example, you push me. That's physical abuse by the letter of the law.
So let me clarify further.
Let me hang on. I'm going to get involved for a second. Let me rephrase her thing so there's no room for confusion, because I think I understand exactly what she's getting at.
Yeah.
Let's say there's a relationship. Let's say, how about this? Let's say your wife, your lovely wife, let's say she starts demeaning you every day. Like, she's like, oh, nice hat, fucking, oh, you're getting fat. Like, she starts just demeaning you. And let's say you try to work it out, you say, let's go to therapy, and then she just doesn't change and she just keeps doing it over and over again. She does it sometimes at dinner time where your kids are listening and they're hearing it. Let's say, for example, you've gone to multiple therapy appointments, not changing, and then she starts blatantly lying to you. She'll be like, I'll be home at 6 p.m. And then she comes home at 10 p.m. and she's like, whatever, I want to go with my friends. Why are you complaining, you fucking loser? In that situation, do you think that would be an adequate enough reason to get divorced?
I think if you feel that you want to get divorced, you should. I think that the rest of society should shame you because you either A, chose poorly with your partner, and B, that you were selfish enough that you let little things like that impugn your ability for your child to grow up in a two-parent.
Right. My question is, would you divorce her?
No.
Okay. So like if she was just like abusing you, like I'm sorry, she was like humiliating you and demeaning you every day, you would still stick together?
Yes.
Okay, so all I want to say to that is that situation has been shown, and we can pull up the studies. Actually, everyone can just Google this. Literally, it'll pull it up. Well, the household that Alex was describing is worse for your child. It is worse for your child than if you were to separate. This is not my opinion. This is just statistically accurate. That children that grow up in that household where there's conflict, where a parent is emotionally.
What's the conflict?
And then let me finish. It's my turn to finish. And then, as he said, they're going to think that's normal. They're going to think this is normal, and that's a really healthy depiction of love to show your children. What he's advocating for is something that's worse for the child, not better for the child. And under his purview, that you should be putting the child absolutely first. I think he's doing a disservice to his child by staying with that woman. And it is also the case that it is very common that things like this happen, and the person does try to change. They try to get the person to stop. They try all this, and they only leave when there is no other option. People change over time. People talk about the honeymoon phase. Yes, that goes away. Yes, that's normal. And sometimes people can work it out. Sometimes people are reasonable. Sometimes his wife would agree, would start changing, would be like, you know what? I'm sorry. I've been really such a fucking cunt recently. Let me try to change. And sometimes they don't. But in the times where they don't, you do have a duty to leave that relationship if you care about the well-being of the child.
Does it normally take you this long to finish?
Right, let's let him finish.
He can talk.
Yeah. Takes a long time to finish for you. Okay. Anyways, so when you gave the situation, we're talking about specific with me. Alex asked me a question of if I specifically would leave, and you said that situation would be worse because of studies, et cetera, because there would be conflict. How do you know? How do you know how I would act in that situation? You might be looking at other people and situations they had that you think would be analogous to the situation he gave, but those other people wouldn't include me specifically in the actions I would be taking. The problem is we're weighing two competing worldviews. One, where you're admitting, and you can't get away from this, that the norm would be divorce. That the norm would be, on average, a marriage would last 7 years, but all relationships will almost, on average, overwhelmingly, relationships will end up where there's enough conflict that it would be a situation that would be enough conflict that we would say it would be better for divorce. That's not true. That sort of mentality that you say we should give into the inevitability of that and give into those base nature, and instead of trying to make sacrifices to stop that, leads to the situation where we have this sort of materialistic, do what's best for yourself society that are making things so much more harmful in many of these situations. Secondly, the way I would act in that situation is, particularly in front of my child, I would understand that it's my duty as a parent to sacrifice as much as possible to not have those conflicts in front of my child. I would still keep up a strong face and do whatever I could to make sure, at least until my child was out of the house, that I was sticking through with that relationship. And the problem is, like, you could give these absurd hypotheticals and say, well, what about in this situation? I could give the other hypothetical and say,
like the gym, the absurd hypothetical of the gym.
Well, the problem is, right, the hypotheticals, it's okay in the sense of what would you specifically do. I give the answer of what I would specifically do, right? The problem is what we're saying, what we think of the ideal that we should strive for. We're both saying legally you should be allowed to have a no-fault divorce if you want. We're saying what should we be pushing for as a society? You're saying we should push for it is the norm that relationships end in divorce. That is untrue.
Nope.
That is what you're saying.
Let me finish.
Define norm.
So you're
norm.
Yeah, you're conflating two things. I said it is the norm for conflict to arise. Not all conflict, I think, is
not what you said.
That's
you're lying.
Yes,
you're lying.
I never said that all conflict is a result of divorce. Just
You're
because
lying.
conflict typically appears within 7 years does not mean that I think that level of
You're
conflict,
lying.
the second
That's a lie.
conflict, you should leave. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that a lot of the time, you're right, every relationship has conflict. And about half of them, and sometimes even more, sometimes less, maybe some of the people that got divorced could have worked it out. Maybe some of the people that are still together shouldn't be together because the relationships are abusive and toxic. That could very well be the case. Any level of conflict does not equal divorce. It is the norm to have conflict. And it is also very common to have enough conflict that getting separated would be the better option, not only for you, not only for society, but also for the child. Because a co-parenting relationship that is amicable is better than living in a household with conflict. You can't get away from that fact.
Okay, so she's lying. So I'm bemused by the fact that not only do I heavily suspect, not only do I heavily suspect that she's wrong about what these studies say, or even if the studies claim what she said, she's either misinterpreting them or the studies. Can you name me one of those studies?
Why? Because God?
What's that? Can you name me one of those studies?
Why would that be a misinterpreted study? That parents that are fighting constantly in front of the children is damaging.
The way that
why is that so crazy?
The study, many of the studies that you're talking about, that it's not, to parents to stay together and the single women that are in their 60s and adopt. Yes, conflict would be bad. What level of conflict is sort of saying? Yes, conflict would be bad if depending on what the level of conflict, the threshold stuff. But separating would also be bad, and the studies show that that's worse. Right now, nonetheless, when she says here now, she's blatantly lying, which is wrong. Now I'm not saying, I'm just saying that it's human nature that within 7 years there'll be conflict, but that won't necessarily lead to divorce. She was very specific. She said that the norm is serial monogamy. And what that means is, and this is why it was important to go through it. I was saying, what are you saying normal human nature? This is the direction that it went. I said serial monogamy. What are you talking about? You said, well, within 7 years, people tend to then go on to another relationship. Well, they'll be in a monogamous relationship. And I said, just because they get bored. She said, no. Please, you've had your chance. She said, no, it's not because they get bored. It's because there's conflict. There'll be enough conflict where the level of conflict, that's the norm. That's what she said. Now she's saying, oh no, I'm just saying the norm, not that relationships will end. I'm saying it's the norm that there will be conflict. That's not true. She said the norm. Please be quiet. Please be quiet. I know that you're trying to now change what you said. You can try to lie and spin out. You can try to lie and spin out. This is what she said. We painstakingly went through it because I knew that something like this would occur. She said the norm is that people don't stay in one relationship. And so therefore, that's why we should accept divorce like this. Now she's trying to say, oh, no, I'm just saying the norm is relationships have conflict, but there's no necessary human nature that conflict will lead to separation. Oh, that's not what she said. She said it is the norm to have serial monogamy, and it's normal to expect that people won't stay in a relationship like a marriage their entire life. That means that what she's in effect saying is that we should, as a culture, embrace the idea that it is the norm for marriages to end in divorce. And that is worse than any hypothetical that she wants to give me, where I say that the norm should be that you fight against the base of human nature and materialism, saying what's best for me, and there's conflict, so therefore I went out. And you should instead prioritize the family unit, in particular the children, and understand that all relationships require sacrifice from all parties involved, and you should try to make those sacrifices as much as possible to make sure that the child is raised in the best situation possible.
Okay. 50% of marriages right now around are getting divorced. It cannot be normal for it to be exactly at 7 years because that would already put it under 50%. Okay, this is not difficult.
Saying 7 years is normal.
Let me finish. So what you're saying is basically that I'm saying we should expect divorce. This is going to be it's very common. Even in your situation, you'd say, I at least wait till the children left. You would be a case of divorce too. That's not in 7 years. It's in whatever many years. That's called a gray divorce, which is going through the roof. Do you have a problem with gray divorces when children are out of the house in that situation? Like even you said you might get divorced because that's still divorce. And a lot of that is happening at that. Now you may say, okay, well, that's better than whatever. Again, this is not disputed that high conflict households are worse for children. It is not the norm that it happens in 7 years, but it is the norm that parents do decide to get divorced. And it's also, unfortunately, normal that children grow up in houses where their parents do not get along, and that has detrimental effects, which is why they don't typically regret. Like when they're asked later, are you happy your parents got divorced? They say yes, because they remember that their mother or their father or whoever was miserable or fighting and all that shit that was happening. I wish that we lived in your society. I wish that there was a man in the sky. Let me finish. I wish that was the case. I wish there was a man in the sky who was telling us this is the way, and we could all follow him. And if we just tried hard enough, and if we just really stuck it out, then we could live in your perfect world. But we don't. And I don't think that it's our job every time we see a couple getting divorced. Well, you chose the wrong person. So that was the other shame that we should go. You're ashamed because of you chose the wrong person before. We are shaming you now about your decisions made in the past, and we are shaming you for leaving anytime that there is anything other than physical abuse or whatever that you deem appropriate, including you think that it's not just you. Would you advise another person? Because then you try to get around it and say, oh, me personally, you can't say that because me personally, that's what I would do. I'm not saying that's what other people should do. In the situation that Alex talked about, would you tell another person to stay in that relationship for the children?
Okay, you asked like 15 questions, so.
Hang on, Rob, just 1 second. Before he answers your question, I do want to repeat one of the points he made that I think the chat will like clarification on. So do you feel, so Rob is claiming that you kind of changed your position or you misspoke or whatever. Do you feel like you misspoke, or do you feel like he's misrepresenting what you said earlier?
He's misrepresenting. He acted like I said that the average person gets divorced after that this is the norm in society, is that after 7 years, people leave their marriages. I said that conflict typically starts arising at 7 years. So if I misspoke before, but that is my position, that conflict typically starts appearing in 7 years, and that a lot of relationships, whether they're marriages or not, that tends to be a hot spot. Just like, for instance, a lot of couples break up around holidays. That doesn't mean it's the norm. It doesn't mean everyone breaks up around holidays, but out of the couples that break up, we do see a cluster of it happening around the holidays. I don't think the 7 year point is even interesting at all. My
Here am I going to get a chance to speak?
Most
another question.
Let her finish, Rob.
Utopia does not exist.
You'll get all the speaking time. Okay. All right, Rob, go ahead. You can speak as long as you
the
want.
7 years shit's irrelevant. That's not the point. What I'm saying is she's saying it's normal for people to not, it's normal for marriages to end. That's what she said. Yep. That the normal human, the 7 years is irrelevant. She's saying that's the average time it takes. You're the one who keeps focusing on it. What I'm saying is, I am not. I'm saying that that's the
Everyone
term.
go back and count how many times I brought up 7 years and he brought up 7 years.
I'm saying that you use that term specifically. The 7 years is irrelevant. The problem that I have with you is you're saying that it is human nature for marriages to end in divorce. That's what we should expect. We should expect that it's human nature that we're serial monogamous. And you said 7 years is the average. It doesn't matter if it's 14 years, 15 years, 2 years, whatever.
Let's never bring up 7 years again. If it's
wow, my God. I hope in your OnlyFans conflict you don't talk this stupid while you're blowing dudes and shit. It won't be that interesting. So we'll continue. Look, trust me. Listen, I was going to wait until we got to the porn part of this, but the fact that you have sort of the same amount of YouTube views as me, and I'm assuming your OnlyFans views are higher than your YouTube.
Right, I don't make money on YouTube.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Is your OnlyFans more popular than your YouTube?
I don't post on YouTube, so obviously I post on.
You don't have a YouTube channel.
I don't even know why this is.
Anyway, let's answer this fucking.
Okay, I just want to respond to you. And you know what's funny is that he works a lot harder on his YouTube than I do. Let me respond. He started a personal, so Alex, I have to.
She could probably hold her breath quite a lot.
Both of you guys, Jesus Christ. Okay, Jazmen. Well, I'm moving on past the whole like who has more subscribers, or whatever. Let's let Rob respond what I want, Alex.
To the
actual point.
I'll talk about what I like.
Just let him finish his point, and then you can respond. Okay, I'm muting everyone. Okay, go ahead, Rob.
Thanks for telling me what I can talk about, Alex. You can feel free to kick me from the show if you don't like what I'm talking about, but I'm going to keep on this point. The point I'm trying to make there is, despite the fact she's misleading you that she doesn't have a YouTube channel, she does. What I'm trying to say is, there she goes. She's going to interrupt again. Man, you must be real good at holding your breath a lot, like when you're doing your work, right? So the point I'm just going to try to make here is, I can talk over Alex. I don't give a shit if you're capable of doing your job as a moderator. It's no problem. I assure you, no matter how much you be able to.
Both of you again. Okay, can you, Rob? Okay, I'm just going to mute you for a second. Can you explain to me how the subscribers thing is relevant to the argument? If you can show me how it's relevant, then you can.
Yes,
go ahead.
I will show you how it's relevant, Alex. Ready? Because people aren't tuning into her for her intellectualism or her great thoughts. They're tuning into her because she's wearing a low-cut shirt and blowing people on OnlyFans. So
what is
the
that?
idea,
Right,
fuck
but
her.
what does that
That's what
have
it
to
has to
do
do with. Fuck her. Like that's what I'm saying.
Well, what
Like
does
the
that have to
idea
do with
that
the
she's
actual discussion you guys are having about no fault
well, I
divorce?
was throwing a point in there as she tried to overtalk me the whole time. I was saying that I was talking.
You guys both have been over talking the shit out of each other.
That's
Okay.
true, Alex. That's true. It's been happening. Way to add a lot as a moderator here. So it's cool. She wore a low-cut shirt for your channel, as you admitted. So I'm sure it's working well, anyways. For you. Now, the point that I was trying to make, seeing as how not many people listen to her for intellectual capacity, just for her.
Okay, let's go back to the actual argument.
If you'd stop interrupting me, I would actually get to the point. I'm always
If you stop, like, if you stop, like, just fucking going on side tangents, just
I don't give a fuck. I'll talk about. You could ask me to leave if you want. No problem. It's a fucking side
no
show.
one's asking you to leave. I'm just asking you to engage in debate.
I'm getting to my point. If you'd stop interrupting me so much, I would get to the point. Now,
okay, not being so passive aggressive and complaining about my modding.
So we've clarified the fact that people aren't tuning into her for intellectual thought. It's because she wore a low-cut shirt, which is the reason you want to hear. Now, to get back to the point of the low-fault divorce and things like that.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna.
There we go. There we go.
We'll get to
Eventually, we'll get to it. Don't worry.
I'm gonna talk about my OnlyFans. That's it.
Okay, hang on. I'm muting both of you once again. Jesus Christ. Okay, he's back. We finally got him back to the actual point of the debate. Let's let him respond to it. I promise you when it's your turn, you can address the OnlyFans thing that he said. But let's just let him finish his initial point because we're wasting massive amounts of time here. All right, go ahead. Ron.
So we had the point about people not tuning into her YouTube channel, but instead just because she has a low-cut shirt and does OnlyFans. Anyways, back to the point of no-fault divorce, right? Please stop. I'll just leave. Right, like I'm not into it. It's fucking stupidity. Anyways, I understand. For it.
Let's let Rob finish.
She keeps going on harping about the 7 years. The 7 years was just what she said. The important part is this.
You brought it up again. He lost.
Jasmine, please stop. Let it.
You brought it up again.
Obviously, she does her best work with her mouth open. It's just not talking. So anyways, what we can see is that she said that the natural human condition with serial monogamy is that people will end up in divorce. And what do you think conflict would be more likely to arise in? Do you think people are going to try to work through things more if we've accepted as a culture, well, it's totally normal and preferable in human nature for people to, like... All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna fucking. I don't have to see this shit, so I'll just.
Hang on.
I'm not that impressed. You ain't all
that.
Hang on.
I'm gonna meet both of you. Oh my god, you guys are like behaving like children today. Jasmine, just please don't shake your titties. Like, let him just finish his point. Just let him finish his point. You can shake your titties much later. I have no problem with it. But let's let him finish his point.
So anyways, so what she said is that it is the natural human condition. That makes the fact that people will try to sacrifice and get over it. For example, if you tell someone that's a serial cheater, hey, that's cool. It's human nature to cheat. It's human nature to want to have multiple sexual partners. Do you think that's more or less likely that they'll go out and cheat? And so when she says, well, all of these situations are ending in divorce, yes, that's because we've embraced this society of selfishness where we say, don't worry about trying to make sacrifices. It's human nature to end in divorce. It's okay. Divorce, no problem. Divorce is something that's totally normal, and that's actually the more norm. It's rarer to stick out with a marriage. And so it's a self-fulfilling prophecy then that leads to more conflict and more divorce and makes those situations worse where people are having conflict in the marriage because they've decided instead of prioritizing the well-being of the child and the partnership in the marriage, instead they're going to give in to base human instincts because people like her have won sort of so much of the cultural argument that said, yes, this is the norm. This is what you should be striving for.
Okay, my turn.
Yeah.
So I do actually think it's relevant because, yeah, we do live in a society where I like to look at reality other than what he wishes society was. And the reality is I don't post on YouTube. All I just do is once in a while I post my shorts. That's pretty much it. If you look at I've posted 2 YouTube videos all year, and that was from, I just repost Alex's stuff. I don't promote it, and I'm still able to make millions of dollars a year. And you're not, whereas you stream all the time. And like you said, our views are similar, which is really weird because the reality is that no one wants to tune in to see a fat, ugly guy talk. People want to tune in to see me. I make more money. I have more social capital and I'm more successful. That is the reality. Now, no matter what he does about that, he will never be able to change that. He will never be able to make more money than me. And he will never be able to get the attention or the success that I have. Because as much as he says he's the debate champion or whatever, I come on and I've made more money on this stream over both of you just because of how I look. And that's reality. It's also the reality that relationships have conflict and they end, and it is not for the well-being of the child to stay in those relationships. So him assuming that, which is actually counter to all the evidence that he's just assuming, even though he said he didn't look into it, has to be wrong because his Bible said so, is it's not reality. Just like it's not reality that I don't post on YouTube. But if I did, I'd probably have more than you, being more retarded than you. If I was, I'd still have more subs than you, and I'd still have more success than you because I'm hot and you're ugly, and that's just reality.
Well, now I feel like I have to let Rob get a response to this and the whole thing. We open up the channel one.
She's absolutely right. She's absolutely right. Conventionally, she's more attractive. That's my entire argument, which she, again, proves the point. She's too stupid to realize it. That's my point. She's not someone who's making interesting intellectual points. She relies on the fact that she puts her titties out there and is conventionally good looking. Not my cup of tea, but she puts them out there. And so the fact that she only has equal views on me when she puts videos out, my guess is 95% of those are just simps that are hoping that they get some sort of look at a nip slip or something like that. And I assure you, there's much better free pornography out there than going with this desperate hoe. Nonetheless, the point that I'm trying to make is she's too stupid to understand. What I'm saying is, even though we both agree on the legality of no-fault divorce, she is setting up a situation where it makes these conflicts more likely, because she's saying, well, we live in reality. Yes, the reality is we have the secularist, materialistic society. And it actually, you could get through this sense of morality without Christianity. You can get through there through any religion or lack of religion, through the moral principle of you need to understand that you should sacrifice for the well-being of the nuclear family, and particularly for the well-being of children. It doesn't matter if you come to there through Christ. I prefer you come to there through Christ, but for the sake of this argument, it doesn't matter how you get there. The point is, we have to understand that what the norm should be is that we understand that two partners come together that love each other and understand there will inevitably be conflict, but we should strive to overcome that. Her worldview makes that conflict more likely. So the bad impacts that she's talking about is it's worse for children to be in families with more conflict. She's making inevitable, because just like the example I gave, if you tell men or women it's human nature to want to have multiple sexual partners, do you think it's more or less likely that they'll go out and have more sexual partners? It's more likely that they'll do it. Similarly, if you tell people it's human nature that the average is that all marriages will end in divorce, because actually it's abnormal to stay with one partner your whole life, and therefore you should just give in and understand that we're serial monogamous, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, because culture will shift to that direction. That means that the man and woman in that situation will feel, well, I'm upset. There's little things that aggravate me now, and I'm going to escalate that conflict, because after all, it's normal that we're not going to last forever anyway, so it's okay for these conflicts to escalate instead of me trying to sacrifice to make sure it doesn't happen. The only argument that she has against this, instead of interrupting and shaking her used titties, is to say, but what about if the guy's like severely emotional abusive? Or what about if the woman's severely financially abusive? Of course, I'm admitting there are situations where even in those cases it would be better to go away and to have a separation. But what I'm saying is that should be the abnormality. And if you're looking at my worldview versus hers, mine will be preferable, saying we should try to overcome base human nature and say, yes, there are things that are more important than just saying, I'm hungry so I take food, I'm horny so I fuck what I want, I'm bored with this so now I'm going to ensure conflict happens, because it's human nature to be in multiple relationships and be a serial monogamous. We should seek to overcome that through our sense of morality, to understand there are things to prioritize more than our selfish beliefs.
Okay, so I'm going to respond to that really quickly. So one, yes, I do get more attention because of how I look, but that doesn't mean I'm dumber by any metric. I don't post. You do this all day and people don't tune into you.
Because
so just because
people tune into me despite being ugly.
Let me finish. So just because I'm hotter than you does not make me dumber than you. I can be smarter and hotter than you, and that really bothers you, but that's likely the case. God has favorites, and clearly I was the favorite over you in that situation. Also, I think we're also going around in circles, because you just keep basing this on the premise that it's for the well-being of the child that you should be together. And I don't think it's for the well-being of the child. If somebody is in the situation, like Alex mentioned, somebody is abusing you or demeaning you all the time, I think you should leave those relationships. I also don't think we have much of a thing, because the society we live in, you can start your new one, but in your society where people are allowed to do it and you sitting there with your thing, shaming them the way you want to, go for it. Go for it. Like, I think that if we just start doing what he says, which is that he and his little comrades start shaming people from their basements, but he's still allowing us to get divorced and he's still allowing all the things, society is going to look exactly how it's looking now. And so I'm fine with it. I feel like we're just going in circles. So I think we should either move on to another topic. I do only have 13 minutes because I put 2 hours for this. I know we started a little late, but I do need to leave like around 8 my time. I don't know what time it is.
I think we should leave it on this topic just because we only have 13 minutes. And yeah,
okay. But I feel like this is just we're just going in circles. I don't think it's for.
It's adjust it real quick to porn, to OnlyFans. That's fine. We can adjust to that real quick.
If you guys want to talk about porn, feel free. At this point, I'm like at a loss for words on how to moderate this. Go ahead. Do what you want, kids.
So,
Well, he's used to steamrolling people, and he can't steamroll me.
You haven't substantively answered anything that I said. You just said you
No,
go
I
out and
don't.
continue to shame people.
We'll
the
just
way
leave
that
it to the
we-
audience. I mean, listen, I'm happy with my performance here, so
Again,
whatever the
you could
audience
be
thinks is
happy-
fine.
You could be happy with the performance.
That's
I
great.
don't give a shit. You're getting
Okay.
money because you're shaking your
I feel
titties.
like
I'm sure you're
I
happy.
feel like I
That's fine.
advocated for my
Nonetheless-
position. I feel like I advocated, so I don't know what else.
Nonetheless,
Alex, if you want
I'll
a specific
go
question or you
on
want to do super chats, that's fine. I don't mind. I feel like I did advocate, how I could for my position.
Okay. Okay. Listen, guys, you guys are both honestly being very difficult today. Let's just focus on trying to be as fair as possible and trying to move this thing forward. We got 15, 16 minutes left. Let's just talk about porn.
Okay.
Just stop with the personal insults for now. Just hold off on them just for a little bit. Just no more personal insults. Whatever. And let's just talk about porn for 15 minutes and then we can wrap it up. All right. I'm muting Rob. Okay, so the way we're gonna have to just kind of quickly restart this. So, Rob, why don't you state what your position is on pornography?
Right. So I thought we'd leave her give the direction of the debate this time. She's probably used to taking requests. Probably unusual to not have her head in the toilet 2 hours into a stream here. So good to be going here. Nonetheless, this gets to the point, though, in the pornography. It should be mocked and ridiculed, right? And you can see in tandem with her, we're all serial monogamist. I assume her worldview is also that it's totally natural to want to do sex work, and it's something that shouldn't be shamed. And that's completely antithetical to what we should be striving for in humanity. She should legally have the right to do it, but she should be ashamed. And I would be mortified that maybe someday she'll have children. Maybe she'll be a good mother. I hope she would be. And she'll have to explain to her child that she did this. And she could cite all the studies and all this bullshit. We all know it's shameful. It should be shameful. And just because people engage in the activity, just like so many people end in divorce, doesn't mean, and there's no guarantee that I'll win or my worldviews will win in this world. That's fine. But I'm right that we should strive to have relationships that stay together for the betterment of the nuclear family. Just like we should shame people that engage in prostitution or engage in sex acts, particularly online, which is detrimental to our society in significant ways. But I'm sure she doesn't give a shit at the negative effect it has not only on her family members, and the people that spend copious amounts of money on her, hopefully copious for her sake. If she's doing it for not that copious amount, that would be even worse. But I think it's something she should really think about. She should think about how her worldviews in tandem with that. Yeah, I think it's okay to do sex work, and I celebrate it and cheer it. And by the way, it's human nature to get divorced and to have serial monogamy. I think you could start to see a really bleak image of secularism and materialism and how it leads society down a very terrible, dark path.
Okay, let's let Jazmen know.
That was a long time. The truth is, I don't care. Like, if people want to shame me for sex work, or this guy wants to shame me for sex work, it's fine, because like he said, his worldview is not winning in the West, and it's not winning, especially amongst the more educated and the more affluent, right? And so most of us, especially ones like me that are multimillionaires, we live a pretty good life, and we're not bothered by this day to day. If he wants to, he said he should shame us, or that our kids are going to have these negative impacts, which I don't have kids, so who knows? Hypothetically, if I have a kid now, by the time they're 10, who knows? We didn't even have iPhones 15 years ago. There could be deep fake of people. Who knows what's going to be the case by at that point? Plus, depending on where you live, attitudes towards sex work, just like things. There was a time where people said, if you have two parents who are gay, your kids are going to get bullied. That really doesn't happen. Maybe in his neighborhood that happens, but typically, like, if you're living in a normal place, that does not happen. I think that sex work is fine. I think that in a free society, like he said, and if he wants to shame me, I don't care, because again, he doesn't hold enough social capital to, and neither does user 227 or whoever does this on the internet. You guys can continue to do that all you want. It does not change the fact that this is what people are going to do. And if you want to make some kind of moral argument as to why it's shameful, besides going through the Christian purview, unless you want to debate God for 8 minutes, we can. I don't think that there is adequate reason to correlate modesty with morality.
Does studies suggest that people addicted to pornography have negative impacts, particularly on their brain?
I think so. So actually, pornography addiction is not medically recognized. People consider it more to be a compulsion, and it's been rejected year after year after year because of that. Even video games is actually more accepted than that. So I do think that people can have an unhealthy compulsion, just like I think that people can have an unhealthy addiction, and actually could be a real addiction to alcohol. But I don't think alcohol is inherently bad. I think a lot of people can use alcohol in moderation and use it in a way that doesn't detrimentally impact their lives. And I think many people can also do that with porn. And I actually personally promote those things. So I have limits on how much you can buy. I don't respond to people who I feel like are exhibiting unhealthy habits. I make enough money that I don't need to milk people that seem unhealthy for money. And it's the minority anyway. So, but yeah, I think that just like with anything, there's going to be a percentage of people.
I disagree. I think that the embrace of sort of the free sex idea in pornography has led to a lot of people getting those compulsions. And it actually shows that being addicted to pornography in many cases is worse than being addicted to several drugs. There's all sorts of negative outcomes. There's particularly negative outcomes when it comes to interpersonal relationships. So oftentimes what people find is people that spend money on things like OnlyFans, which by definition, if you're spending money, which I mean, look, I'm not trying to blow your job up here or anything, but anyone who's spending money on you, I don't know if they knew this, but porn's free all over the internet. So they're kind of fucking up anyways. So you probably already have more of a compulsion than most people if you're literally spending money on pornography like this. I'll finish my point. I sat here and let you finish your point after I asked the question. So I'm going to go ahead and finish my point.
Okay. All right. God damn it, guys. God fucking damn it.
Why can't I? I don't understand why we have a necessity for her to interrupt here.
You guys both interrupt the shit out of each other.
That's fine. I talked, then she talked, then I asked a brief.
Neither one of you guys can seem to stick by that.
Okay, listen. Here's what happened. You tell me if I'm wrong, Alex. I talked for a while, about 2 minutes. She talked for about 2 minutes. I asked a 10-second question. She talked for another minute and a half. Then I talked for about 30 seconds, and she interrupted. And you're like, whoa.
You guys have been both interrupting the shit out of each other.
Okay, so just let me finish.
No, but he interrupted me. I didn't even finish my point. I let him.
You guys are making this so difficult. All right, let's let Rob finish, and then you can have all the time, like however long you need to respond to.
Okay, and then I gotta go. Okay. I have a life.
Okay. Let's just
sitting on YouTube,
so
killing
the point
myself.
I was trying to make before she was interrupting me there is probably the type of person that pays for her content has more of a compulsion for pornography because by the very nature that they're paying for pornography would seek to speak to that. So she's engaged in a behavior that she knows will lead to that compulsion getting worse. It's also shameful for her family and people around her, and it should be shameful. And hopefully we could make it more shameful. I'm not saying she should be in prison. I'm not saying she's irredeemable. But there's a reason that we all understand viscerally that we wouldn't want our kids getting into work like this. It's disgusting. It's shameful. It's detrimental to society. It's something that we should seek to avoid. And yes, it harms not just the performers like her. By the way, I don't know what you call yourself, OnlyFans performer, streamer, prostitute, hooker, I don't know, but it harms those groups, and it also harms the group of people that's consuming the material as well. And I'm not going to sit here on some moral high horse and say that I've never faltered and I've never consumed pornography. I have, but it is detrimental to do so, and we should, the first step to stopping it is to understand that it is shameful. And just because so much of society has given in and said, oh, this is something to be celebrated, this is a legitimate career, I don't care if society makes the wrong choice. I'm going to be on the side of what is right, not just for society, but what is right morally. And what's right morally, even though I don't normally do it, and if we engaged in any of the debates I normally engage in politically, I promise you, Jazmen, I wouldn't bring up your career, I would talk to you as an equal, but we're in a unique situation where this is literally the topic of the debate, so I'll tell you exactly how I feel. I think it's fucking disgusting and shameful. I think it's fucking disgusting and shameful that I had to slide my screen over because you had to choose to wiggle your fucking old lady saggy breast on the screen the whole time, and I hope that someday you wake up and realize how you're a disappointment to your family and you've hurt so many other people that consume the material putting out there that isn't doing anything to the benefit of society and is actually making things very worse. And I pray to God that if you ever have a child, that your child doesn't have to go through the pain of knowing that his mom was basically a whore and that's why she got her money. And it's something that, what, this is unacceptable? Like, this is what I legitimately feel like.
Over and over again. All right, let's let Jazmen respond.
Yeah, no, listen, I don't mind what he's saying. Like, everyone who's watching this can see that every personal insult that was thrown in his side first. And again, I don't care. I know he's consumed porn. I know he's probably consumed my porn, or he will after this. I'm not under any illusion about that. But I do want to actually get to kind of like the point of what he said, and then I can go on and live my beautiful life, and he can go on and live his miserable life. I feel the opposite, and that's why we live in a free society where we can have different worldviews. I think being his child would be a fucking joke. Imagine your dad even looking like that. Would be fucking embarrassing. So my point is that when there's no correlation between hours of pornography watch and your ability or your likelihood of getting this quote unquote addiction. The two biggest predictors of quote unquote porn addiction, which is mostly a compulsion, is moral incongruence is number one. And this is not the case with other things. Like we know that hours of TV watched will make it more or less likely or make you more likely to be obese. So sometimes that may not be the case. We don't know why he's obese, but typically the more hours of TV you watch, the more likely you are to be obese. This is not the case with pornography. The more hours you watch does not have any correlation with how likely you are to be addicted. Narcissism and moral incongruence are the number one predictors of this. So no, I don't think porn is okay for everyone. I don't think alcohol is okay for everyone. There are certain people who can't control themselves, and those people should not be a part of it. But I don't think it's a minority. That small minority means that the entire thing is detrimental and it's bad. This shame element, again, it's coming from his worldview. A lot of people don't share that, and it comes from his sky daddy, and that's okay. But basically, yeah, I don't really have more to say. He just tries to like do the spin around and be like, it's shameful and she should be ashamed and I'm so ashamed and da-da-da-da. Again, I don't care. And his view on that, if someone's subscribing to my OnlyFans, that they're more likely to have this issue, has not been borne out by any data at all.
You don't believe, just even without me presenting a study, you wouldn't agree with that someone that pays for pornography is more likely to be addicted than someone who doesn't?
I don't think that at all, because the same thing. It doesn't matter how you watch. It doesn't matter the form you watch. Yeah, show me counter evidence. Show me. You're the one making the claim.
I'm not one who claims it. You're the one who's citing all these studies that can't cite one study.
I did it. If you want the studies, so
I can do the same as you. Well, I've read studies that strongly suggest
moral incongruence and narcissism are the two biggest predictors of porn. I can give you references for that. You brought up this thing. Yeah, you want the source for what?
Are you really going to tell me? So just to be clear,
hang on. What are you asking the source for?
Put it in the chat.
I'm saying that it logically makes sense. I'm just saying that's what she's saying. It logically makes sense that you're more likely to be addicted to pornography because let's start with this. A simple yes, no will suffice. It is the normal person. Do on average more people consume pornography that don't pay for it than do?
I don't know. We don't know. You don't know either. You're guessing.
No, I would say that's remarkably true. What percentage of people do you estimate pays? What percentage of people? Well, listen, you're a businesswoman, so you probably have some idea of these figures. What percentage of people, let's say in the United States, do you think have paid OnlyFans performers?
I don't know. I do know that they do put out the number of people that, so I bet we could find that information, but I don't know what the actual percentage is. I know that the creator.
In the US.
Okay, let's assume. Would you say that's a fair number? A million? Hell, we'll go as high as.
You mean paid?
No,
or
paid.
No, there's definitely more users. Definitely more users. There's about 1 million creators. So that's what he's talking.
Okay, so let's say that would you? I'm asking you honestly, Jazmen. I'm asking you I'm not holding you to a specific number. Give me a ballpark guess. 1 million people have paid OnlyFans.
Well, we can find this. We don't need to guess. Like I don't like guessing and going based.
Well, are you going to find that number right now?
Yeah, let's say number of users on OnlyFans. We don't need to play these guessing.
That have paid
305 million.
305.
You mean?
No, that's horseshit.
No, it says as of 2023, OnlyFans had over 305 million registered users, also known as fans. That's worldwide. I don't know about America.
In order to be registered, you have to pay.
Yes, you just make an account. You need to put in a card automatically.
Okay, so let's assume there's roughly 6 billion people in the world and 305 million have paid for OnlyFans, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So how many people do you expect in the world have viewed pornography?
At least in the U.S., the majority of at least men and women actually have viewed pornography. Yes.
Okay, so we could say probably billions of people have viewed pornography in the world.
Yes.
Okay, so that would show that a small percentage of the people that have viewed pornography have paid for OnlyFans. Do you think it's more likely do you think it's more likely that those people that don't just view pornography but also are enthusiastic enough about it that they've paid for it, do you think it's more or less likely than the general populace that they have a problem with pornography addiction?
I don't think it's more or less likely. I don't think they're correlated. There's a lot of reasons that people will pay for porn. Sometimes they just want to support the creator. That happens a lot. There's a lot of couples that sign up. There's a bunch of different reasons. Just like I bet if you would assume if the data wasn't there to show you that the more you watch pornography, the more likely you are to be addicted. And that is definitely not the case.
I don't believe that either. I don't believe that. But
I know you don't like to believe anything other than your own feelings, but
I believe that's bullshit. Cite me the study. Let's see the study.
Okay, okay, great. Meta-analysis. Here, I'll send it right now. There's a big meta-analysis, moral incongruence. I will cite it, and then Alex, can you actually pull it up, and then I can go because yeah. Okay.
The point that she's trying to make here that
let's take a quick look at the study.
Okay.
Jumping too many threads.
Okay. Okay, hold on.
Now, just to be clear, this isn't going to say there's other factors that are more common. It's going to say there is no correlation.
No. This is the number one predictor, and then there's a newer one that Nicole
That's not
Krause.
the claim. Whoa! That's not the claim you made.
Well, the number one predictor of porn addiction is moral incongruence. That's what I said. There's nothing.
No. What you said.
No.
Please let me finish. Let me say. She said, Alex, you could pull it up while I talk. What she said was, there's no proof that if you consume more pornography, you're more likely to be addicted.
Oh yeah. I can pull that one up too.
That's what we're talking about.
No, I said that because what my point is that we know that the predictors of porn addiction are not we know that the biggest one is moral incongruence, which are people that have your worldview, are the number one reason, and then we know narcissism and anxiety, depression, these things are the biggest predictors of it. But
stop. Oh my God, you guys are giving me a headache. Jasmine, my screen sharing is not working. Can you share your screen? I'll pull it up.
What is the point of this study? It's not the question that I was asking you for a study. I could show you a study that
the moral. This is the point I was making.
Repeat the question.
The number one predictor of porn.
No, she said you probably thought that if
why doesn't he want me to pull up the study? Let's pull it up. But I'm trying.
Pull it up. This is what she said.
No, stop. What study what status is dispute right now, Rob?
She said, Rob, you probably think that if you watch pornography more, you're more likely to be
what
addicted.
Status is dispute?
What's that?
What status is dispute?
Hold on. I don't know how
Alex,
to get
do you
back.
need me to repeat this? You're obviously not. Let me repeat it slowly for you. The criticism was as follows. She said, Rob is dumb. He probably thinks that the more you watch pornography, the more likely you are to be addicted, but that's not true. I said, can you show that study? Now she's presenting a study that says the number one indicator is moral incongruence. That's irrelevant to the question that I asked.
Alex, I don't know how to get back to how on a MacBook do I get back to you? You like all disappeared from my screen.
Just real quick, Jasmine, do you have a study that shows that?
Yes, I can pull it up, but I have to get back to the screen, and I don't what
do you see right now?
Right now, you disappeared, and when I click Google Chrome and I click the thing that you were on, it comes and then it goes away really fast. Do you know how to fix that?
No, but I can see you on the stream. Just send me the link. Send me the new link, and I'll try again to bring it up.
But I can't send it to you because I can't go back to where we were.
Can you?
I can't go back to. Let me do new window. I can get out and try to get back in.
Yeah, try that. You can also text it to me.
Okay, let me do that then, and then let me get off.
And then you're gonna come back on, or what's the plan?
No, I need to go because I said it's past the time.
That study not coming,
No, I literally brought up the first one.
That study is irrelevant to the question I asked.
Oh my God.
No, it's not.
How is that relevant to you? Made the affirmative claim that the more.
Oh my God, this has got to be the most
you muted
ever moderate. Okay, let's let her just pull up the study. She says she has a study that answers your question about the correlation between pornography watching and being addicted. Jasmine, can you just stay on for 2 minutes and just as we review the study, and I promise after that.
Yeah. So so Nicole Krause is the person that she's like a neuroscientist at UCLA that studies this. And she's done a lot of work on this. I'm trying to find that specific one because even the analysis you brought up, actually, if you go through that, it does talk about that. So you can bring that one up as I'm finding this one and kind of read that one because that one does talk about how they were looking at all these other factors. They did look at how many a lot of the surveys that they use, that analysis actually will probably have it in there because they used a lot of studies where they were asking people and they were looking at how many hours they watch and trying to see if that was a predictor, and it wasn't.
I'm going to restart my StreamYard. Just bear with me for 30 seconds.
Okay.
It's okay to say you don't have the study.
No, Alex, pull up that one. I think we should. I will actually sit here. I will go late to go through that study.
Okay.
Because that's a meta-analysis.
And that study is going to say that people that watch pornography more, there's no correlation to them being more likely to be addicted. That's what it's going to say.
Yes.
Okay.
That's very likely to be in there, yes.
It's very likely, or it is in there?
Let's look.
Well, I don't know where Alex went. Tell him to bring up the study. Let's look.
I don't know where he went either. I can't even see you guys. So I don't know. If you want to pull it up, you have it in your link too. So you're the only one out of 3 of us.
Where is it in my link? Oh, so you think it's
private chat? I put it in our private chat in StreamYard.
I'm gonna pull up right now. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Let's hope this works. There we go. It is finally working. Okay.
How do I get back? I can't find you guys though. I can't get on it.
Oh no.
Okay, here we go. Wait.
Okay, so
right. Is it up there?
I have the study pulled up. Yep. Where should I go?
So, let's just read all of it. I think this is a good idea.
Read it all.
So,
yeah. And then if it doesn't say what she said, oh well, we could look for another one.
No, we can just literally. I could. Yeah, we could. But also,
why don't you pull up the study that says what you think it says?
Let's go through every. No, it'll be in here. If it's not in the abstract and it's not in the study, it'll be in the footnote. So let's see here. Fine, let's do it.
Okay, Alex, I'm cool with this, but then I want to present studies after this and go through the entire studies as well, and she'll sit here. Fair enough?
If I have time.
It doesn't matter if it says what I say it says. Fair enough?
If this doesn't say what I said, then I'll do that. If it does say what I said, then I gotta go because that's all we're trying to do.
That seems like a fair deal. Let's do it.
All right, thank you. Okay, so let's just read it all. So the abstract.
Let's read it all. Let's do it.
Remains contentious in both academic and popular literature. Although the mental health community at large is divided as to the addictive versus non-addictive nature of internet pornography, substantial numbers of individuals report feeling as if their use of internet pornography is problematic. The present work seeks to construct a model related to problematic pornography use that is clearly derived from empirical literature that provides directions to be tested in future research. The focus of the present work is on those perceptions as they may relate to the overarching experience of moral incongruence in pornography use, which is generally thought of as the experience of having one's behavior being consistent with one's belief. To this end, we put forth a model of pornography problems due to moral incongruence. Within this model, we describe how pornography-related problems, particularly feelings of addiction to pornography, may be in cases better construed as functions of discrepancies, moral incongruence between pornography-related beliefs and pornography-related behaviors. So let's go down because this
just to be clear, based on what this abstract said, it's not giving an objective measure of what addiction to pornography is. It's giving people, Alex, if I'm going to sit here and listen to her read an entire thing, I should be allowed to make sure that I'm interpreting correctly.
Well, we need to.
Yes. I'm going to finish my point. I don't give a shit. So this isn't giving an objective measure of what addiction to pornography is. It's saying people that self.
How do you know it doesn't? How do you know it doesn't?
Because what that just said, go back up, is people that had feelings of addiction.
That's self-reporting. What is your objective measure then? Because all we have is self-reports. That's it. There's
right. So the point would be, for example, if I say an addiction to pornography would be someone that consumes pornography compulsively and it has to do it even to the detriment of abilities in their life, right? I would say that would be more of an objective measure. For example, you could have someone who is a Catholic. Why don't you just listen to me? You asked a question. Why don't you listen? Why don't you listen? Why don't you just listen? You asked me a question. Why don't you listen to my response? You're not going to listen to my response. I'll just talk over you. I don't give a shit.
We have a few minutes left. Let's just try to do this in a civilized manner. I know you guys probably hate each other right now, but let's do this in a civilized manner. Okay, so let's I don't even know what the fuck we're doing right now, but let's let Rob just please quickly finish your point or your question. You're saying that you're asking for clarification. Not if that's correct.
What I'm saying is...
Because I have you muted. Just not if you're asking for clarification. Okay. So what are you asking for? You're asking for
I'm saying that this says people that self-report addiction. She says that's the only way we would have to do it. I say that's not true. We would have objective measures when we say someone's addicted. If you just say, let me finish, if you just say self-reporting, it could be true that someone, for example, that's a Catholic that feels that they look at a Playboy once a month has a porn addiction. But someone that compulsively views porn every day might say, I don't feel like it's an addiction. When clearly we would say objectively the latter person has an addiction and the former doesn't.
Now let's let Jasmine respond to that.
All right, I'm going to respond to that. So if you read the whole thing, which I've read before, and hopefully we can read it all now, is that, and if not, then I'm just going to go because I have shit to do. But the reason that this is a meta-analysis, so it's looking at a lot of different studies. That's what a meta-analysis does. And actually, one of the metrics that they use is they ask people not just do you feel you have an addiction, but Do you feel like it interferes with your daily activities? Do you feel like you have to go on and watch it? All of the things that he's saying, they look at and they ask those people, and they found that it's not about the hours of pornography you watch that determines whether you feel like it's getting in the way of your whatever. Even people who feel like they've watched like very little, the ones who feel like it's gone in the way of their things are the people who feel are like him. And that they find that it's not interfering with the things, and that it doesn't have an impact on how your relationship is, or all of those things. That's what this meta-analysis was here to do. It looked at how many hours you watch. It looked at how much it gets in the way of your daily activities. It looked at how you feel before and after watching it. It looked at all of those things. And the biggest thing that they found that predicts if you have an addiction is not if it's interfering with your life, not how many hours you've watched, but if it's how you feel about porn. And I did, it's already past the time that I was going to sit here. We can either go through this study, or if not, then I'm going to go, just because I've done.
We go through it if you want, but I'm going to respond to this as you go. So
what I'm going to say,
no. I'm not going to leave you filibuster. I'm going to respond to what you just said. Okay, she could leave. I understand, right? God. I'm going to respond to what she said. I don't give a shit.
Hang on. Before you respond, I'll let you respond. All right, I'm just going to speak to the chat for a second. This has got to be the most frustrating debate I have ever moderated. And it's funny because backstage, you guys were joking around how it's probably going to be, there's going to be a lot of agreement. You guys have both interrupted the fucking shit out of each other, and it's a two-way street. Like, you guys both have, like, just kind of ignored each other's points. I don't know how it got this combative, but go ahead, Rob. You can.
She sucks. That's how it got that combative.
You guys both have equally interrupted each other.
You could say that. I don't think that will bear out. I think that maybe she got a little more leeway because, as you admitted, you brought her on here. She wears a low-cut shirt because it helps.
No, she did not, dude.
That's what you said. That's what you said. Why you brought her on? You said that, right?
That was a joke, dude.
Okay. Well, I think that you probably had a kernel of truth in that she wears the low-cut shirt for you. I probably think that helps your channel somewhat. I slid her off to the side so my audience didn't have to see those saggy old things. Nonetheless,
heaven forbid someone sees a nice pair of titties. Go ahead.
Hey, enjoy the world you want to live in. What I'm saying is self-reporting isn't a good metric for any of these sorts of things, right? For example, we can have someone. How many people let me just ask you, Alex, do you know anyone that you would consider an alcoholic?
I know ex-alcoholics.
Okay. And do you think many of them would have said, I'm not an alcoholic when they objectively were?
I don't know many I didn't know many alcoholics. The ones that I did know before they quit, they would acknowledge their problem, but then they would just do it again anyway. But
you're right. Most of the people I knew, I used to be a bartender. Most of the people I knew that were alcoholics say, I'm not an alcoholic. I'm not, like, it's not interfering. I'm not addicted to alcohol. I can stop anytime I want. Same with cigarette smokers. Same with potheads, right? So the idea, you're just asking people, are you an addict? You're probably going to have selection bias in the people that say, yes, I'll respond to this survey and say that I'm an addict, right? And many of the people that actually are addicted aren't going to respond to it. And if we go through this study, she keeps changing. She's hedging her argument. Her saying, what's the number one cause? I never argued what the number one cause was. I said that it seems counterintuitive that someone who's spending huge amounts of hours watching pornography, that has no correlation at all with whether or not they're a porn addict. That seems nonsensical. And she keeps changing it to say, no, but this study says the number one through is moral incongruence. No, but that's a different question.
Rob, you guys were having two different threads. You did say that, but you guys were also having another thread. So just why don't you point out how her study doesn't prove that there's no correlation between heavily watching porn and being addicted. So
correct.
That's the topic at hand. So yeah,
correct. Yeah, that's the point I'm making. It seems just like it seems intuitive that someone who's paying for pornography, seeing as how it's a minority of porn watchers that pay for it, probably more likely to be addicted to pornography. It seems, and she's like, no, studies suggest otherwise. So I just finally, because I'm not one to yell source a lot, but she continually says, well, there's studies.
I agree with you. That seems counterintuitive. But correct. The question I'm asking is, what about her study doesn't convince you that she's accurate about that?
She didn't present anything.
Well, we just went through a study. Like, here it is.
What does that study, to that second question I just said, where does this study say anything about people that pay for pornography?
That's not a claim I'm making. I'm just saying.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
But that's the question I thought you wanted to respond to.
No, the question that I was specifically responding to her to was I made this point that was like, listen, It seems like there's a minority of people that pay, of all pornography consumers, there's a minority that pay for it. And it seems intuitive that those people that are actually spending money on the product are more likely to be addicted than those that aren't spending money. And she said, no, studies don't suggest that. In fact, you would think that if you watch more porn, you'd be more likely to be addicted, but studies show that there's no correlation. And so finally, after her saying study over and over, I said, can you show me that study? And she's like, yeah. And then, right. So that's how we got to the point we're at. And then she presents an abstract of a study that says, well, the number one factor is moral incongruence. But that doesn't say what she said it was. And already at the beginning of the abstract, I point out a big problem with selection bias and how this survey would have been conducted, because the way they define addiction is people that self-report addiction. And if you could...
The reason that you find this study unsatisfactory is because it's largely self-reporting, right?
It is the immediate problem I found from the abstract. We haven't seen a study. We've seen an abstract that nowhere in the abstract makes the claim that she said it was going to make. We haven't even looked at the study to see if there's other problems with it. But show me in this abstract that she presented where it says the amount of pornography you watch has no correlation to whether or not you could be addicted. Where does it say that in the abstract?
This is not a claim I'm making.
Correct. But I'm saying initially, when we're going through it, I'm going to point out problems that I see with the study. But the general problem as of presented thus far is it doesn't remotely say what she said it was going to say. But there are problems also, in addition to that, with selection bias.
As far as I understand, is that there was 2 studies she wanted to show. Initially, she misunderstood what was the thing that she was, the thread that you guys were on, and then she was going to get another study. I'll text her and see if she has it. And we can show
she
her.
Didn't misunderstand. What happened was she changed the question, right? For example, if I would say, right, having female friends makes it more likely that you cheat. And she responded with, actually, studies show that the number one factor of being likely to cheat is having huge amounts of money. Does that answer my question? No.
While you guys were talking over each other, interrupting each other, I promise you, there's 2 threads going on.
What's the other thread?
The first thread was about whether there's correlation between being an active porn watcher and what's it called? And,
correct. That's what I asked. And I said, can I see a study that suggests
that? The other thread had to do with what is the cause?
Where did I ever say that?
Pornography addiction.
That thread wasn't there. That's something she was talking about. When she talked specifically about study, I never argued what the number one cause of pornography addiction was. Never breathed a word about it. Go ahead, go back and watch the whole debate. Never said a word about it. She kept deflecting to that when I said, wait a minute, you're saying that this thing has nothing to do with it. Can I see the study? What I said was, I strongly suspect that there's problems with that study or you're misinterpreting it. She said, no. I said, okay, can we see it? And then she presents this moral incongruence study. Not that, and then she says, I think it'll be in there, but if not, I'll present a different study.
Wait, Rob, hang on. Are you saying that you never, at any point during the debate, doubted what the biggest cause of porn addiction was?
I'm saying I never brought it up. At all.
Did you ever doubt it or no? That was not a point.
I don't even really understand what the term moral incongruence is doing the legwork here. I think what she means by this is people that are engaged in behavior that they think is against a moral system that they would embrace. For example, if I'm Christian, but I'm viewing pornography, I would feel shame and therefore feel that it's more likely to be an addiction because I think that I'm doing something that's wrong. But the problem is the reason that I would doubt that, even though I never mentioned doubting it the whole way through the debate, is because then we have to define what addiction is. If addiction is just feeling that you're doing something that you shouldn't be doing, and that's what we call addiction, then maybe that's the case. But is that how you view addiction?
Well, again, but I'm not involved in this debate. Are you asking me a question outside of the debate?
Well, sure, it's outside the debate. When I say the word addiction, what does that mean to you?
Someone who can't control themselves. They have to engage in a behavior over and over again. They don't have that self-control that will stop them from doing it. That's
right. So, for example, like if I said, well, I'm Catholic. I'm not, but I think I'm right about this. This is going to show how ignorant I am of Catholicism. But you're not supposed to eat meat on during Lent, right?
I think that's...
someone correct me if I'm wrong. There's certain days as a Catholic you're not supposed to eat red meat. I think we can agree that's the case, right?
Yeah, sure.
If I'm like, fuck, I need a cheeseburger and I eat it once, am I addicted to that? Probably not. You probably wouldn't use that term, even though I took an action.
Repeatedly over and over.
Right. That's the problem. When you're over and over doing it to the detriment of things in your life. That's how I would view the term addiction. But that's not what this study is doing. It's defining addiction as self-reporting. So a person who spends all of their money on pornography and loses their job and loses their marriage and loses their children in divorce court, but says, I'm not addicted, I could quit anytime I want. That person under this study would not be considered to have a porn addiction, because the only way that we would consider is self-reporting. So that would be a person that says, look, this person uses a lot of porn. They use it every day. They lost their job, but they're not an addict. So you can't say that using a lot of porn.
How would we do a study like this without self-reporting? That's a lot of studies with this kind of thing have to be self-reported. Like, how would we, like, what would we have, like an objective counsel that determines, like, you jerked off 10 times this month?
You're misunderstanding. One, there are ways that you could do it that would get the self-reporting lesser into it. But to some degree, probably you're going to have some level of self-reporting. The problem I have is the self-reporting is the self-definition of addiction. For example, it'd be like this. Depression is people that self-report having depression. You would say, no, that's not the clinical definition of depression. Instead, we should say the clinical definition of depression is this. And we'd have a bunch of objective measures. Then we would ask people to self-report whether or not they fit into those objective measures. But we don't ask those people to self-report. For example, a lot of people that are depressed might say, I don't think I have depression. And a lot of people that wouldn't meet the clinical definition of depression might say, actually, I do feel that I'm. So the self-report problem is the self-diagnosis, that they're self-reporting the diagnosis that they're addicted. This will mean that there could be false diagnoses, because people that are just shamed because they view pornography once or twice a year and think it's a sin would call themselves addicts, when objectively we'd say that doesn't really meet the definition of addiction. Whereas other people that have used pornography every day, multiple times a day to the detriment of their life would say, I'm not an addict. And we would say, okay, if they say they're not an addict, they're not an addict. We wouldn't accept that with any other sort of diagnosis.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point that you made. So it's not so much the fact that it's self-reported, it's the methodology involved in the self-reporting.
It's the self-diagnosis of, we accept that you're an addict if you say you're an addict, and you're not an addict if you say you're not an addict. Similarly, I've had family members that everyone thought were an alcoholic, but they didn't think they were. And we wouldn't say, well, they're not an alcoholic because they say they're not an alcoholic. We would say, well, alcoholism, we would say, is people that would go through withdrawal if they took alcohol out of their life, and that it's affecting their job and their relationships, and they feel the need to consume it on almost a daily basis. And even though this person meets all that criteria, if they say, I'm not an alcoholic, then we say, oh, okay, that's not a case. No, we would never say that. We would say that's absurd.
I think that's a fair point. I wish we kind of had a discussion like this during the debate.
But you couldn't, because she kept chiming in every time I'm trying to make a point.
I promise it was both of you guys.
Well, you could say that, but I'm telling you, it started with her anytime I was trying to make a point chiming into that fact. Now, I'll admit that I was insulting her. She said she had thick skin before, and I personally have no problem. I will say 100% she's more attractive than me. I don't mind her making fun of my... And by the way, no hard feelings to her. I really don't mean that. And I assure you, if we weren't having a debate on these topics, I would not bring up any of this sort of stuff, because this isn't the shit that I normally do. But I do think, as part of my argument, is that we should shame people that engage in this type of behavior. That performatively, it makes sense for me to shame her in the middle of this. And if it would have been detrimental to her life to the point where she'd say, please don't do that, it's really hurting my feelings, I would have stopped. But I don't think you feel that's the case with her, do you?
No, right. But I think that's when the debate really got derailed. Like when it became
that's
personal.
On her. That's her fault.
Well, you made it personal, like
good.
First,
I should. That's my argument. We should make it personal. We should shame them.
We're debating the topic. We weren't debating the person. Like this wasn't a debate about whether Jazmen is good for society, bad for society.
I disagree.
It was about. No.
The topic is that the solution to the topic is the shame. We agree on the legal aspects. What we disagree on is whether this is behavior that should be celebrated or shamed.
Shaming was a good idea, not whether we should shame Jazmen.
We should. That's my argument.
Okay, that's fine. You're held to that opinion, but I'm just saying, like, at that point, you take it from an objective discussion to something that's very personal.
It's fine. Good. It should happen that way.
But don't you see how that derails the debate? Like, then just becomes like, you're fat, you're a whore. Like, then just becomes just people insulting each other.
That's fine. I'm fine with that. My insults had merit to the actual topic. Hers did not.
Well,
me being fat and ugly has nothing to do with whether or not, is she saying, if the topic was we should shame fat people, do you think she's within her bounds to say you should be ashamed, you're fat? It's grotesque. I would think that should be within bounds.
I don't think so. I really don't.
Really?
Unless she's trying to make an argument of hypocrisy. If she's trying to make an argument, like if you're saying that, oh, well, I don't think that, fat people should ever be shamed. And then she can make her argument of hypocrisy. Well, yeah, of course you would think that because you're fat or whatever, right? But unless you're trying to make an argument of hypocrisy, which didn't seem to be the case, I don't see how taking it from like a topic, like which is like, should pornography usage be shamed, to like your whore because you do OnlyFans, like making it personal like that. I don't see how that adds to the conversation at all.
Well, maybe it didn't for you. I don't see how the conversation in the first place adds much to the public discourse in the first place, which is why I don't do. People have asked me if I would go on whatever. I always say no, I'm not interested in these sort of discussions. This debate was billed to me from a guy named Tom Follery who said, Alex PWF would like to debate you on the election. I said, okay.
Okay, that's not, but I was very upfront in the group chat.
That's right, you were. And once I agreed to do the debate, I said it was clear. Even Tom was telling you, like, dude, I don't understand. Rob's basically a libertarian. Like, what do you think the disagreements are going to be here? And I said, whatever you want to talk about, we'll talk about. Right? That's fine. Traditionally, I don't think that these types of discourses, things that I like to get into, or has a lot of merit. But to the degree that I do think that I'm going to engage in that discourse, I ask politely if she has a thick skin and she can handle joking around. And I think part of my core did I not? I think part of my core argument is.
I think she had something a bit different in mind.
Well, I don't think if she has a problem with it, I'll apologize to her. I don't think she does.
I don't think she has like a problem with it per se. The only point I'm making, I think you're entitled to argue however you want to argue, right? I'm not scolding you for that. I just think the issue with that is that it derails the conversation, makes it very personal, and then just becomes an insult fest.
That's fine. You can think. I thought to me that was the most performative, important aspect of the debate. That we should practice what we preach, and I think that sort of behavior should be shamed.
Why do you think it was important?
Because what we can do is, even though I defend her right to legally do what she's doing, we should shame that behavior. And part of that shame is ridicule and mocking.
Yeah, you're entitled to that opinion. I'm not.
That's right, and I use that opinion.
Yeah, okay, that's
and
fine.
As a moderator, you might not like it, and you have the right as a moderator to say, I don't want that in my channel. I'm going to ask you to leave.
I was just generally, because here's where I'm conflicted, because I do want to let people get their points across. I don't want to limit people, but I also don't want the conversation to get completely derailed, where it's just like you two insulting each other.
But it was already derailed. It was already massively talking over each other and shit like that. It became
a lot more derailed after that.
I don't think so. I think that it was already to that point where it was massive interruptions.
Yes, so, but then there's like a level of derailment, and that took it to.
What the derailment was this is what, like, I don't really give a shit. I have enough self-confidence and not giving a shit about this that it's just a hobby of mine. Is if someone wants to repeatedly interrupt me, then what I'm going to do is repeatedly make the same point until they allow me to get through that point. Even you did that. You kept interrupting me when I made this point about the slight joke insult of her, and you kept interrupting me, and so I made sure that I would keep bringing that point up again.
I interrupted both of you guys when you
That's
guys were
fair. That's no problem. But what I'm saying is, when you kept interrupting me on that point, I'm going to make it a point to go back and repeat that point every single time until you allow me to get through with my full point that I'm making. And so the reason that it was derailed wasn't because I said it necessarily. Certainly that was the inciting incident. But the fact that you kept interrupting about it made sure that I kept going back to it over.
Well, that's my right as a moderator to keep the
Certainly, you're absolutely right. It is your right as a moderator. And as a participant, it's my right to talk about whatever the hell I want. And as the person with the power on the show, you could have said, okay, I'm muting you, which you did many times, or you could have kicked me. That's what...
Well, yeah, the only issue is that I've never kicked anyone from the debate. I try to debate much more on the chill side when it comes to these things. But yeah, like the reason I let you finish wasn't because like of your performance or whatever. It was just because like I felt bad that you were trying to make a point, and even though I thought the point was like completely unrelated, I still didn't want to deny you of the right to make your point. So at that point, my calculation was, you know what, like I'll just let them just quickly insult each other for like 3 minutes, and then I'll redirect.
The reason, I'll be honest with you, the reason I brought up, the first thing I brought up that probably was objectionable to you was the fact that people are clearly watching. Obviously, I use colorful language and joking. It's fucking entertainment. That's what we're doing. But the point still remains that I was making a point that people tune into her for her looks and not her thoughts. And I was afraid we weren't going to get to the pornography part, which is where I wanted to make that argument. So when I saw that we only had like 15 minutes left, I wanted to make sure that I got that point out there. That if it was true that she was able to get by on the merits of just sort of the intellectualism that she offered, then she would have a far bigger audience than she has, because she's right. She foolishly makes my point for me. She makes the point for me in that, well, more you'll never have as many viewers as me, and yes, people do tune in because of my looks and this, that, and the other. Right, that's exactly my point. That's the point I was trying to make.
But
Did it directly apply to the no-fault divorce? Maybe not, but it's a point I wanted to make, and I felt entitled to be able to do so. I didn't think that it would be something that you found so objectionable. It seemed that you were fine with sort of a jokey type atmosphere. I don't think she found it very objectionable.
Does it look like I found it so objectionable?
Well, you're bringing it up now.
Yeah, because we're having a post-debate discussion. Like, what do you mean?
It seems that you're saying that it was... So you don't think it was a big deal. Okay.
I think that it wasn't a big deal morally. I think it was a big deal in terms of actually having a good faith discussion.
Okay, so when I use the term objectionable, could it mean that there's multiple meanings, whether it be morally or to having a good faith on topic discussion?
There's no need for us to like debate each other on this.
Right.
I think we both understand each other's positions here.
Right. So then when I said you found it objectionable and you acted like that wasn't the case, you just gave the rationale for why you found it objectionable. Right?
Okay, so maybe let's just say I misunderstood your meaning.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. As a moderator, that shit happens all the time.
The one thing that you said that doesn't make sense to me is you said that you wanted to get to the porn discussion. You had 15 minutes left, but she didn't give her that she has to bounce in 15 minutes. She didn't say that until after the first round of insults.
That's true, but I assumed we were having a 2-hour debate, and so we got to the point where it was obvious by the clock that we had like 20 minutes left. Or because almost all these debates are a 1 or a 2-hour platform. If she would have stuck around, what was your ideal, or what was you assuming that the debate length would have been?
I usually let these things unfold as they go. Honestly, I've had some debates that are like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and I've had some that are like 3 hours. I let them go as
I think as someone who's done a lot of panels and debates, the norm is usually an hour or 2 hours. 2 hours is usually the norm.
Not much, but okay.
Okay, well, fair enough. My bad. I still don't feel bad. I'm not apologizing for bringing it up.
I don't think you need to apologize. I don't want you to apologize.
Well, that's good. I didn't say you asked for it, but I'm just telling you that was my thought process. And I'll admit that getting a little frustrated with what I saw was her interrupting my point, so I said something that I thought had a little more of a personal ting to it, but it was a point that I was going to make come hell or high water by the end of the debate. I chose to make it at that point. That's all.
So you were not trying to trigger her?
No, absolutely that's part of it. Of course. I just said that. I felt that she was like interrupting me, so I threw a little jab at her. That's it. You think she was trying to trigger me when she said I'm fat and ugly? Of course, I didn't mind. Funny. I thought it was. I don't think that that's particularly a funny joke. You're fat and ugly, but the way she delivered it, I actually thought was very funny. It was like so matter of fact. I'd be ashamed too if I was your kid had a fat ugly dad. I got a chuckle out of it. I was like, pretty funny. And so yeah, she was trying to get a rise on me. That was fucking fine. It didn't bother me in the least bit. Again, I don't think that it really connects to the argument she's trying to make. I don't care, though. It's fine. It's entertaining. It's fun, whatever. The interruptions on both of our parts are more annoying than the jokes and the insults, as far as I'm concerned. But I am saying that my insults actually have a merit in what I think we should do with people that advocate pornography and no-fault divorce. They should be shamed. They should.
That's fine. I don't think it warrants getting into personal insults, but I guess we can agree to disagree on that. But yeah, like at the end of the day, it's not a big deal. I don't think she gives a shit that much. I don't think you give a shit that much.
If she wants an apology and she sincerely needs it, then she could tell me.
Rob, no one wants an apology.
Okay.
I don't know why you keep talking about that. But I think that the only shame is that like you guys are both smart people, and that I feel like we could have like really explored these topics, and we didn't really do that.
I feel that the majority, I understand that you're going to say you don't see it this way, but the majority of the problem with that, I think, lies on her. For example, certainly I am wordy, and I don't mind people saying, okay, wrap it up a little. That's certainly true. But what I perceived that was going on is she immediately said, I talked first, I believe, after the sort of opening statements, and then she talked, and then I started to talk again, or maybe it was the other way, and she was like, wrap it up. Like, she told me to wrap it up. I didn't think I talked much longer than her, and so once it was like, oh, okay, we're going to talk in shorter bursts, then I left her go a minute, looked at the clock, and was like, okay, wrap it up. Is this a monologue? And that's sort of what started sort of that tenure. Because it was obvious to me from the beginning that she was going to talk over me if I didn't interject. She was going to, and I not even criticizing her, because that's something that sometimes I do unintentionally. I'll get off on a point and I talk a long time. So it
Well,
became
that wouldn't
obvious.
happen. Again, you don't know me, so I guess you have no way of knowing that. But that wouldn't happen. Like if she like when she did interrupt, I did generally put a stop to it. Like I try to prevent both of you guys. Well, not right away because at first it felt like it was just like banter. But after some time has passed and I saw that you guys were talking at the same time, no one could hear anything. I did
Well,
try
no,
to.
that's perfectly reasonable. I'm not suggesting that. What I'm suggesting is what's likely to happen if you're not an experienced debater. What would have happened would have been she would have talked 75% of the time, right? And it would have been like this. I would have talked on a big chunk, then she would have talked on a big chunk, and that would have been like, well, what about this? And then she would have talked in another big chunk. And then I would have got a chunk, and that's how I saw it going. So I was like, once she told me, "Hey, is this a monologue?" Then I was like, "Okay, I'm not going to leave her do that to me. If she wants to talk in a long chunk, then I'm going to say, okay, is that a monologue?" But more importantly than that was the fact that I think that she was fundamentally misunderstanding. After there's a feeling out period, but there became a period in the debate where the question became which worldview should society operate under, and we sort of had this implicit understanding that we're talking specifically about the well-being of children. And we're both going to use exceptions to the rules, or we're going to use hypothetical situations on the extremes of it. The person that just bickers once, should they divorce? The person that sits at a gym and sees a hot person, should they divorce? Versus the person that's in this ridiculous, emotionally abusive. Okay, but the problem is, when she says, to me, this is what the debate was. When she said it's human nature to have serial monogamy, to me, that was important to figure out. What does that mean? Right? Because she's basically implicitly making an argument at that point. That's the norm. That's what we should strive for. We should strive for what is human nature. And so I need to get, well, what does that mean? Like to you, I'm no fucking expert in the topic. What does that mean to you, serial monogamy? Right? So I was like, well, can we suss this out? And she was getting very wordy, and it was like, it was difficult to pin her down, but basically all she had to say was, it is the norm for people to be in long-term relationships multiple times in their lives. And then when I'm like, oh, so they get tired of each other, and she made the other point that was important. No, it's not that they get tired of each other. It's that it is the norm for conflicts to escalate over certain periods of times, which makes it the norm that you want to move on to another monogamous relationship. To me, then, when you accept that that's the norm, and therefore we should accept no-fault divorce and say it's nothing to be shameful of, etc., that makes these conflicts and these no-fault divorce a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because just like if you tell people, well, it's normal to want to sleep with multiple partners, you make it more likely that people sleep with multiple partners because they say society accepts this and this is perfectly normal. But if you say, no, that's not something you should do, you should be faithful to your partner and not cheat, if culture embraces that, then it's less likely for that to occur. So the debate was, whose culture should we embrace more? And I felt that she kept trying to deflect from that point and change what she said. She's like, no, I'm not, 7 years and all. And that's where basically the bulk of the debate was. It was that point. And
I think you guys weren't as far apart as both of you guys think. There was definitely disagreement. But I don't think it was as drastic as you guys probably thought it was. That's why I
disagree.
That's why I did the Steelman exercise, is because I wanted you guys to make sure you understood each other pretty well. She did just send me the second study, so
fire up.
Let's take a look at that, since I'm sure everyone's curious. Okay. All right. High frequency.
I thought she had to go. She's still researching stuff. Cool.
No, I just asked her.
Holy shit. Look at the title of this.
Yeah, no, hang on.
Real quick.
Just to clean, we can go through the title, I promise. Just to clean that up, like it wasn't like she's just like, I purposely asked her, like I was like, as a friend, can you please find this because I want to show this. Okay, so what did you want to say?
Okay, she said, you tell me if I'm wrong. Her claim, the whole dispute was, she said there's no correlation between using a lot of pornography and addiction. That's what she said, right?
I believe that was the claim.
Okay, now look at what the title of this is. May not always be problematic. Does that sound like it's saying there's zero correlation?
Not necessarily, but let's take a look at the study that cleans it up. Previously, variable-centered analytic approaches show positive weak to moderate association between frequency of pornography use and problematic pornography use. However, person-centered studies are sparse in literature, and these could provide insight into whether these are individuals who use pornography frequently and do not experience problems, or whether there's individuals with comparable high-frequency use who differ unreported. Okay, let's just go to results. Results were consistent across all three studies. 3 distinct pornography use profiles emerged: non-problematic low-frequency pornography use, non-problematic high-frequency pornography use, and problematic high-frequency use. Non-problematic and problematic high-frequency use groups show difference in several constructs, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we need to go to conclusion. The present study is a first step in differential examination of pornography use profiles, taking into consideration both high frequency pornography use and whatever, and provide a foundation for clinical different psychological mechanisms and underlying development measures. Therefore, the present results make a clinical. Okay, we need to look at something else. Clinical translation. FPU should not be considered a sufficient or reliable indicator of. So FPU
frequency should not be considered of problematic, because the number of people with non-problematic high frequency was 3 to 6 times higher than with problematic high frequency. These results suggest that individuals with problematic use frequently, however, it might not always be problematic. So it literally makes the point right there. The individuals with problematic use it a lot.
To be fair, there's this part that says frequency should not be considered as a sufficient or reliable indicator of problematic pornography use.
So she said there's no correlation. So this is saying, well, it's not always that if you use it a lot that you're addicted. Of course.
This is basically saying it's not clear.
No, that's not what it's saying. What it's saying, her claim was there's zero correlation. Like, if you use porn a lot, that has no bearing whatsoever as to whether or not you're likely to be addicted to it. This is saying that it's not sufficient, that you could use pornography a lot and still say that it's not problematic. That's still not the same as addiction, by the way. But nonetheless, her claim that it was zero correlation, that it had nothing to do with that, is belied by the results that you see above. For example, the people with high-frequency pornography were more likely to have problematic. So there is a correlation. It might not be always direct causation, but her claim was that there was no correlation.
Where's the part that it says that there is a correlation?
Results, go back up. Back to results, sorry.
Uh-huh.
Let's see the methods first. Latent profile analysis we're conducting on 3 non-clinical samples recruited from general websites of pornography. So again, this is, I guess, self-reported of people that say that they find their porn use problematic, which is already a problem with the study. But nonetheless, if we look at the results were consisted with all 3 studies. 3 distinct profiles emerged. People that are non-problematic low frequency, so people that use pornography little, 68 to 73%. Non-problematic high frequency, which is only 19 to 29%. That means that people that use pornography a lot, if we would do the inverse of this, right, you could see that only 19 to 29% of people that use it a lot say it's non-problematic, whereas the people that say that it's non-problematic to use it a low is 68 to 73%. You can't see the correlation there? Then I don't understand where they get then problematic high frequency use. 3 to 8% of individuals.
How do they evaluate what is problematic and what is not? You're saying?
Great point. Who knows? It seems that this is saying that it was non-clinical, so this would have to do with self.
I think we need to go into more detail. How much is too much? I think this is where this is.
Okay.
While example behaviors, they may derive from natural human behavior, but it may be difficult to precisely separate normal and problematic behaviors. The quantity or frequency of the behavior in which individuals engage in the given behavior could be a potential indicator of problems. However, individuals...
No, wait, pause there. So they've already admitted in the abstract, and they're admitting there, that there are studies that show that frequency does indicate a correlation to problematic. You agree that that's what those 2 footnotes are saying there, 19 and 20. If you get down to those footnotes, I bet those are studies that suggest that frequency of use tends to correlate with problematic.
I'm not going to be able to open that up. I don't have like.
But you see what it's saying. It says the quantity or frequency of behavior in which individuals engage in the given behavior could be a potential indicator of problems. So her saying that there's, you acknowledge her argument was there's no correlation, right?
Really difficult to. My recollection is that's what she was saying.
Okay, that would seem to belie that, correct?
May be difficult when you read this. It may be difficult to precisely separate normal and problematic behaviors. The quantity or frequency of the behavior in which individuals engage in the given behavior could be a potential indicator of problems. Well, what this is saying is that this could be, like, it is possible that the quantity of pornography use could be a potential indicator, but it's not saying it is.
She said that there's no connection. How much porn you use is totally irrelevant to the question of whether or not it would be addictive.
Well, I think we have to read the however. However, individual sexual drives and desires may vary substantially, and this variability may be considered normal if the behavior does not cause impairment of functional individuals. In previous studies using variable center statistical approaches, PPU and frequency pornography use show positive but only small to moderate associations, okay, indicating that these two aspects of for pornography use are related but maybe distinct domains of pornography use with different antecedents and consequences.
Pause. So that says in previous studies it does show that frequency did lead to more likely of problematic behavior, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
So at the very best, what we have is a study that she points that shows multiple previous studies that suggest there is correlation between frequency of use and it being addictive, correct?
Well, unless she believes that these old studies are not are improper or
okay,
not.
all right, fine. Moving forward, now what this is going to say is there's no correlation whatsoever to the frequency of pornography use and the problematic behavior. That's what you expect this to say based on her argumentation, correct?
Bro, I have no idea. I've never.
Well, okay, let me put it this way. That's what it would have to say in order for her argument to be correct.
For this study to support her argument, I think that there would have to be. This study would probably have to conclude that there is no correlation. Again, I've never read
Very
the
well.
study.
Okay, fair.
I'm just
I know
going along
neither of us have read it. I'm just saying before we get to neither of us have read it. So we're just laying the standard of what it needs to say in order to buttress her argument. That's it. Okay, go ahead. You can keep reading.
The only exception would be if like this study says like, well, we weren't sure, but you should check out this other study. But yeah, okay. There may be individuals who use pornography frequently report no related problems, while there are others who use pornography just frequently but report negative consequences. This possibility calls for application of person-centered approaches that may provide a method of examining whether there are profiles or groups of participants with
problematic PPU's problematic
use who differ from one based on another. Calls for the application. So it's basically laying out a problem like that. Well, there's a group of people who watch a lot of porn who are addicted, and there's a group of people who watch a lot of porn who are not addicted. Therefore, we have to do this thing. That we need to follow this method.
Cool.
Okay. Now let's go to this next. Several studies. I do want to wrap up in like 5-10 minutes, but we get through this. Okay. Several studies have applied person-centered analytic approaches, cluster analysis, or laying blah blah blah. When pornography use in college students was examined, two distinct profiles were identified both in men and women based on pornography use motivations, frequent pornography use, pornography acceptance, sexual attitudes. In the case of men, permissive pornography explanation, 65% participants, and sexual communion, dabbling pornography use, 35% profiles emerged, with the most notable difference on FPU, frequent pornography use, pornography acceptance, pornography, and sexual permission regarding women.
Let's pause there because that's going to be important. So let's break down what this means. In the case of men, permissive pornography exploration. So what does that mean to you? To me, that seems to be suggesting people that are engaging in what they find permissible, self-reporting, this is permissible level of pornographic use. That's what you're interpreting that as?
I think that it means that they don't have any shame around it.
Okay, I would agree that's what I'm tending to think. Though, admittedly, not understanding the technical jargon here, that's just the best, right? So people that didn't have shame about it was 65% of men, and sexual communion and dabbling pornography used. So, see, this doesn't make sense to me because those add up to 100%, right?
65 plus 35, yeah.
Right, so it seems to be this is the only two possibilities. Isn't that what you're interpreting this as?
Because of person by explanation and sexual community and demographics, 35 have the most notable differences. Seems like it. I don't know.
So we have one group that's like sexual communion and dabbling porno. So what it seems to suggest is the difference between these two groups. I guess one is saying there's more of a problem with porn than the other. The key differences are, what's the differences that they say?
Where's that?
65 permissive pornography explanation, 65%, and sexual communion and dabbling pornography use profiles emerge with the most notable differences. And what's the first difference that they say?
Pornography
frequency of pornography use.
Frequency, yeah. Although I don't know if this is an order of like importance.
I think that they screwed up.
How so?
Because I think that they mean the word non-permissive instead of, because when it goes to women, they use the word non-permissive. Oh, maybe not. Let's go. Regarding women, non-permissive pornography and sexual, regarding women, non-permissive pornography abstinence, 88%, and instrumental integrated pornography use, right? So they're saying women, also equals 100%. Non-permissive pornography abstinence. So that's people that don't engage you pornography.
Honestly, to me, the study is just pretty confusing.
And a separate study pornography,
But
like
I'm not good at reading studies, so.
I mean, I think that let's keep going, right? It seems to be suggesting that the difference between these groups, both of them, are based on frequency of pornography use. I believe, though, maybe what this study is saying is they disagree with the conclusions of those previous studies. That's the best I could come up with. Okay, so then we'll move on to the next. To date, only 2 studies have applied person-centered statistical approaches to community samples to identify pornography use profiles with similar theoretical considerations, using problematic porn dimensions to extract use profiles. In the Valancourt Moral, the following 3 pornography use studies were extracted: recreational use 75%, highly distressed. You're scrolling a little too fast for me. Highly distressed non-compulsive is 13, and compulsive use. So the latter 2 groups we would consider addiction, probably. Highly distressed, non-compulsive. So people that feel that it's problematic, but it's not necessarily compulsive. And then compulsive use, 12%. That would be addiction. These 3 profiles of pornography use showed significant differences regarding gender in the context use, didactic versus solitarily, weekly pornography use, sexual compulsivity, sexual satisfaction, sexual avoidance, sexual dysfunction, like Bothanel. Also the problematic pornography use model to identify pornography use profiles based on the severity of PPU. 3 profiles emerged. Different levels of PPU: non-problematic, low risk, and high risk. These 3 profiles showed significant differences in terms of frequency of pornography use, time spent using pornography per occasion, and level of loneliness. In sum, 2 to 3 pornography use profiles have been identified based on different pornography use characteristics, severity of PPU, or pornography acceptance.
I think this is like also a key point. These 3 profiles showed significant differences in terms of frequency of use.
Right. Okay, so this particular study, so what this is doing is, I think, viewing multiple studies. So it says, in some, 2 to 3 pornography use profiles have been identified based on different pornography use characteristics, severity of PPU or pornographic acceptance, and or other potentially related constructs, sexual attitudes, or religiosity. These profiles show different demographic, gender, and psychological characteristics. However, previous studies have not applied person-centered analysis to identify possible pornography use profiles by taking into consideration of frequency and problematic pornography use simultaneously as profile indicators. Previous studies suggested that there could exist individuals whose pornography use frequently and don't experience problems. At the same time, others who use pornography just as frequently may report experiencing negative consequences. So this isn't saying there's no correlation. It's just saying there could be exceptions. You could use pornography a lot and not self-report that it's problematic. Again, the problem is who defines what problematic is, so it still has to do with self-reporting. But this doesn't say there. It doesn't say there's no correlation.
You're right. It does not definitively say there's no correlation. I think what this study is saying is that there's groups of people who watch a lot of porn and they're addicted, and there are people who don't watch much porn, they're not addicted. And so, but it's not saying like, okay, our conclusion is that there's no correlation. So I think it hints at it.
But I don't even think we've got to this study. I think this study is going to be going down now. So they're saying this is why we did this study, right? Isn't that how you're reading this?
This part?
Where we've got so far. Now they're saying this is our investigation. The aims of this investigation.
No. They talked about their investigation, like right here. 3 profiles emerged.
No, that's talking about both and all's investigations. Footnote 22. Likewise, both and all also use. See, they're talking about that study. I'm just trying to be as fair as possible to Jazmen's study here, because so far we're just talking about other studies. So then, in previous studies...
I think I understand. So they did their own type of analysis with their own methodology on previous studies.
Correct. It seems to be they're suggesting there was possible conflicting data based on previous studies, so we did a study.
We did a study analyzing other studies, yeah.
Well, now they're going to do their own study. Previously...
in addition to our own study.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now it says, the previous studies... Problematic pornography use and frequently pornography use showed positive but weak to moderate associations, suggesting these 2 variables are related but distinct. Moreover, frequency and problematic share potential similarities, loneliness, etc. However, some constructs show different associations. Therefore, the first aim of the present study was to identify profiles used. Well, let's just scroll. We're not going to read this whole fucking thing. We both have lives. Yeah. Let's scroll down to what their data showed.
What do you want me to go for?
Okay, this is the methodology. This is procedure. Go. The methodology is important. The 3 study research was conducted using... The Helsinki Declaration was approved, and the Ethical Review Board of Research University samples were collected via online questionnaires. This is already a problem. Like, studies that just use self-submitting online questionnaires are going to be problematic because there's no way to verify whether or not people are using the same methodologies to self-diagnose or you're even getting truthful answers. But just making that point just as a problem. This is why sort of these sorts of studies, like you want to have blind studies that are comparative, those are better than just questionnaires that people submit. You see this a lot with trans studies. It's a lot of self-reporting. So a lot of the studies that say that like trans surgery or trans medicines are beneficial, it's just online surveys that they did. Similarly, if you have a question about this, Alex, if I put a survey up right now and said, who's going to be a better president, Trump or Biden, because my audience tends to be Trump supporters, Trump's going to win that survey, correct?
Yeah, that's called a sample bias. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. The same would be true of this sort of thing. But anyways, let's see what it said. The samples were collected via questionnaires, and survey completion took approximately 30 minutes. Participants were informed about the aims of the research, and informed consent was obtained before data collection. So they were informed. This is a problem, too. Why would you inform them that the problem was to determine whether frequency of pornography use was led to problematic? I don't understand why you would inform them. That seems that it's going to bias the pool anyways. So if you're engaged in a study and they tell you, we're trying to find out whether the amount of times you use porn leads to more or less likely that you have a problematic use of porn, isn't that going to affect your answers? It would affect mine. Anyways, only individuals aged 18 or older were invited to participate. In one study, individuals were invited to participate through a news portal. In a second, they were to participate via public topic-related Facebook page with 420,000 measures. In study 3, fucking Facebook survey? Get out of here. In study, individuals were invited to participate via Hungarian pornography
study. That's one of the studies, right?
Right. So we have Hungarian news portal, a Hungarian pornography site, and Facebook. Okay.
Why is the Hungarian news portal, why is that bad in your opinion?
Well, first off, do you think that there's all sorts of reasons, right? For example, what do we know about this Hungarian news portal? If you had questions about pornography and you used an American news portal, what does that mean to you? What's an American news portal look like?
That you're gonna be surveying Americans?
Okay, other than that, what's it look like?
People who engage in the news.
Okay, well, it's Breitbart.
Well, Breitbart is a very conservative.
Oh, well, now, never mind. I changed my mind. It's CNN.
What is CNN? Well, CNN.
Well, wait, are you starting to see the point that there's clearly when you say news portal, depending on what that news portal is going to have massive discrepancies.
Yeah, sure. I understand that point. So we don't know if this one is like one of the very, very few newspapers that keeps it real, but I see the point you're making. I guess
so. It's specific to Hungary. How many Americans do you think are using Hungarian news sources?
Yeah, it's Hungarian people. But I guess my question would be like, what would be a better source for like what would be a better place for asking these questions?
Oh my goodness, I could come up with like dozens. Like you could
have like American newspaper, right? Like that's what you're gonna say.
American newspaper would be preferable to Hungarian if we're trying to figure out this behavior in a country like the United States, right? But there,
I don't know if that was ever the goal, though. I don't know if
that's sort of implicitly, I think a lot of the conversation we're having is about our current society and no-fault divorce in America, right? I'm not saying that this study is wrong not to focus on America. I'm saying using this study to discuss behaviors in America might not be the best correlative, right?
Yeah, if we're specifically limiting it to America, that was not my.
I'm not saying that it has to specifically be limited to America, but the very nature of the conversation of the topic, no fault divorce, implies America, right? Because we're talking about the laws.
Reference though in regards to the porn discussion, not the no fault divorce discussion.
Well, yes and no. We're still the porn discussion was only like 10 minutes, right? And the point was we're correlating sort of behaviors that we want to see in the society we live in. Nonetheless, regardless, I don't think this study would be preferable to looking at just America, but you can't fault her or anyone else for that. I'm just saying it seems strange. Of all the countries you're trying to correlate pornography use behavior, particularly when previous studies suggested frequency had something to do with problematic behavior, limiting it to Hungary and a Facebook page seems questionable. If I was doing a study, I don't know that that's the country I would look at as a correlative to the rest of the world. Anyways, I didn't see what we skipped there. By the way, make sure I get a copy of this because I want to read it on my own time as well.
I'll put it in the chat. Yeah, just to be honest, like I've never read this study.
Yeah,
so
sure. Of course.
I feel odd like defending the study because I feel like that's the position I've been put in. I'm trying to be as objective as possible.
Yes, of course. You shouldn't. You don't have to. You're trying to push.
But I think to be fair, we would need to give Jazmen a chance to defend why she used the study and all these things, because I cannot do that on her behalf.
All right, let's see what they got here real quick. When comparing non-problematic L, what's the L stand? Low frequency use. When comparing non-problematic low frequency use and non-problematic high frequency use classes, the latter had scored differences larger than 0.5 SD on several constructs, indicating noteworthy differences between the two classes. So So there's people that use it a lot that it's not a problem, and people that use it a little that's not a problem. And there's differences, okay? The non-problematic high frequency was more likely to be male. So guys are more likely to use porn a lot, but it not be a problem. And the classes were similar concerning their demographic or socioeconomic measures. Non-problematic high-frequency use had higher levels of hypersexuality, but no other examined variables distinguishing these two classes. I mean, is that problematic, being hypersexual? I don't know. When comparing non-problematic high frequency and problematic high frequency, the latter had scored differences larger than 0.5 on two constructs, indicating notable differences. The problematic high frequency class felt more uncomfortable when answering pornography-related questions, and they had higher levels of hypersexuality. However, no other differences were observed between the two classes. So the only difference between people that use porn a lot, that it's a problem, people that use porn a lot, and it's not a problem, is the people that felt uncomfortable answering questions?
I don't know, man. My brain is like basically dead.
You can head out if you want. Send me the link. I'll go through it with my
I
channel.
already did. It's in the private chat.
In the Discord?
I can send it to you in Discord.
Oh, you meant the private and StreamYard. That's cool. You don't have to just let me. You don't mind if our private chat's shown on my screen? I don't want to. I don't think there's anything crazy there, right? It's this Alex.
I don't know if Jazmen's meant some of the stuff. Here, I'll just send it to you on Discord.
It's too late. I already. It's no problem. All right, so we'll let you go then. That's no problem. 1 second, and then I'll. Oops, wrong. I'm fucking everything up here. Where are we at? There we go. All right. Well, hey, thanks for having me on. I don't know if your channel enjoyed it as much or not. It's not really the type of shit I talk about a lot, but if you're going in for a penny, go in for a pound. So that's how I feel about it.
We can have a debate about Trump at one point.
We don't have to, but if you want, that's fine. That's more the shit. I think that these sort of conversations, the red pill people fucking annoy the shit out of me. I think Andrew Wilson and them do a good enough job of going on and talking about the problems. It's just not shit I care about. I tell you right now, if Jazz was my neighbor, I would never bring up her career at all. She would be a good neighbor, and I would hope she'd wear more clothes around my family, but other than that, I wouldn't give a shit. Like, it doesn't matter. But it is something that's shameful, and we should detriment it, and the same is true of the no-fault divorce thing. That's my honest take on it.
I think I've been friends with Jazmen for a year. I think she's always been really, really good to me. Yeah.
That's fine. I don't have any hard feelings to her or you. I thought that maybe I'm guilty of it. I've biased myself, so maybe I was guilty of interrupting as much as her. I don't think it perceived that way to me, but maybe that's the case. So... yeah. That's it. I don't give a shit. No hard feelings. I'm not walking away pissed off or anything.
The hard feelings. We can do another debate, just me and you. Yeah. Just tell, I guess, people where they can find your channel.
Oh yeah, sure. Normal America with Rob Noor on YouTube. Rob Noor, Noerr, on places like X, Twitch, Rumble. Best place to find me is YouTube or X. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, take it easy, buddy.
All right, take it easy.
And then for Jazmen, just to be fair, she's on Instagram. Just search Jazmen Jafar.
Just for the sake of going through this study, which she wanted us to do, let's find abstract. Where's the full study? Shit, this isn't the right one, is it? Fuck! I got the wrong one! Shit! Oh, no. Here it is. Okay. Okay. Now remember, her claim is there's no correlation to the amount of pornography you consume versus whether or not that correlates to possible addiction. Let's go to where I was going. Okay, problematic, they say, is salience. I'm not sure what they mean by that. Tolerance, mood modification, withdrawal, relapse, and conflict. Frequency. Respondents indicate perhaps your frequency, point to a 10-point scale. 1 is never used, 10 is 6 to 7 times a week. Okay. Hypersexuality, that was a term, was assessed with 3 factors in 19... so 1 is never had sex, 5 is have sex very often. Okay, got you. Results and brief discussion. Identification of latent profiles. Descriptive data and association exam of variables are shown in the supplemental. LPAs were performed at dimensions, problematic, and frequency. Entropy, all solutions had high. Actually, the results of the test did not suggest an unambiguous solution. So already, here's a problem. They identify 3 groups. Non-problematic low frequency, that's 68%. Non-problematic high frequency, that's 23%. And the third group is problematic high frequency. You notice what group isn't mentioned here? Does anyone notice? Problematic low frequency. Did you notice that? Nowhere does that suggest problematic low frequency use. In other words, all people in this study, look at it yourself, maybe, all people that had a problem were high frequency use. 68%, 23%, and 7%. The idea then that means that there's zero correlation is laughable. Literally, if you look at the data, they only have 3 good. Latent classes based on dimension. Let's keep going. To examine similarity differences between the 3 classes. So they don't analyze at all low frequency problematic pornography use. So they have non-problematic low frequency, non-problematic high frequency, and then problematic high frequency. There were relatively few differences between non-problematic high frequency and problematic high frequency. All this study is saying is not everyone that looks at porn a lot has problematic behaviors. Her claim was there's no correlation, which is bullshit. It's absolutely wrong. Huh. If I'm wrong, Jazmen's welcome to come on and show me in this study where it talks about low frequency, highly problematic pornography use. I think that low frequency problematic would be the highest. No, I would say that if you're addicted to porn, you're probably looking at it a lot. That's what's going on. There is a correlation. That doesn't mean that it's everyone. Not everyone that consumes a lot of pornography would say they're addicted. But her claim was, you're an idiot. You probably think that there's some sort of correlation for people that view porn a lot. And people that are addicted. And the reason that I questioned her claim of that is it doesn't make sense. If you're addicted to something, you probably use it a lot. If you're addicted to alcohol, you probably use it a lot. If you're addicted to marijuana, you probably use it a lot. If you're addicted to sex, you probably have sex a lot. It seems almost implicit in the concept of addiction. And her study suggests the same thing. It's merely saying, just because you watch porn a lot isn't indicative of whether or not you will have a problem. You might watch it a lot. Maybe there's a 50-50 chance. You watch it a lot and you don't have a problem. You watch it a lot and you do have a problem. You're addicted. But there's clearly a correlation, as is evidenced by the claim that this study doesn't show anybody that's like, I only use porn once a year, but I'm addicted. Now, seeing as how, and it's not just me, did you hear I got Alex to admit the same thing? He said, yes, it does seem that she was suggesting that there's no correlation. I said, so we would expect, in order for this study to back up her claim, that it would suggest that there's no correlation, correct? Yes, that's what he said. Now, do you think she was correctly referencing the other studies? What do you mean, in fairness to her, she did say it wasn't an addiction? I don't understand the point. So do you think she was she incorrectly assumed what that was talking about? Now, in general, here's what I think about this. I'll be honest, right? Maybe I should. You tell me in the audience. I know I saw a couple. I just glanced at the chat. There were a couple people that I think weren't happy with my insults of her. And I'll admit, I sort of started the insults of the personal nature. I just didn't give a fuck. I'll be honest. I'll tell you right now. I felt like not Alex's fault. I felt like I was brought into that debate under false pretenses. If I knew it was going to be like an OnlyFans debate and that was told to me straight up, I'd have probably said, I'm not the right person for this debate. I don't really give a shit about this stuff. It's probably what I would have said. Then I was a little pissed off. I'm not blaming anyone for this, but that I had to fucking wait 25 minutes for the debate to get started in the first place. Then I thought that sort of the talking over me, I'm not saying I'm innocent of it. She did call me an incel, I believe she called me at one point, but I didn't really give a shit. So I just, at one point, when I thought she was talking over me and shit, I was like, I'm going to get in this bit I had. I had a bunch of bits, right, that I was going to do. But I figured once we got to that point, okie dokie. That's what I thought. So I just don't give a shit. I don't. If Alex would have booted me up and said, hey, we don't want personal insults, I said, okay, well, give a fuck. Fine by me. No problem. I don't mind she called me fat or ugly or stupid. I don't give a shit. Unsuccessful, poor. Most of that's true. I don't mind it at all. Didn't bother me. But I do think, as I was telling Alex there, although I think legally she has the right to engage in pornography and legally you should have the right to have a no-fault divorce, we as a society should shame that. And then I think that I made my point. I don't have all these studies to back up, and I'm not really arguing from a point of like moralistic Christianity. I'm sort of trying to make it in the frame of utilitarianism, what would be best for society and what best for society is families sticking together. And when you look at our two competing interpretations, the idea that we just say, well, it's human nature to be serial monogamist, so inevitably most average relationships will result in conflict that will cause people to separate. That means she's suggesting that the norm, or more than 50% of marriages, if following human nature, should end in divorce. And that's good. We should follow that human nature. I think that adapting culturally that mindset makes divorce more likely and makes outcomes for children, and makes conflict more likely and makes outcomes for children poorer. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Did everybody get that was the point I was trying to make? Could I have made that point better? I felt as I was trying to make that point, it was like pulling teeth, and she constantly tried to talk over me. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just didn't do a good enough job. Did everybody get that was the point I was trying to make? I'm not impressed with her wiggling her titties around. I'm not. I'm not trying to get more views because she throws her titties around. Fuck all that. I'd rather stream to 2 or 3 people and keep my integrity and not have to show cleavage to have my show take off. Fuck it. And if she's going to act like a child and start wiggling her titties in front of the camera, then I'm going to take her image off the screen. Fuck her. She ain't getting any benefit from me in that regard. Fuck that. That's how I feel. You want that action? You go on those other channels and you have these debates where people wink, wink, nod, nod, secretly want those types of things to occur because it brings up their channel while they scold people. I ain't interested in that shit. That's period. End of story. That's why I slid the camera over there. I won't put up with that shit. Now, granted, I do things that I think shameful behavior. I swear too much. I do. It's something I need to cut back on. But I would like to think that younger people theoretically could watch my show. I'm not advocating racism or violence or hatred or anything like that to people. And I don't like the fact that there's some lady that's on there shaking her tits on my screen. Sorry. She keeps making claims that don't seem intuitive. Like, to me, does anyone disagree with this? Probably if only a small percentage of pornography users pay for pornography, my guess is those people that pay, it's not just consuming, but it's taking the extra step to pay, you're probably more likely then to have a pornography addiction. And she's just like, no. And then she just starts blabbing about other studies. Let's go with super chats. Oh, the volume thing. Here's the problem. Maybe Alex fucked with my volume one time, but here's what happened. I always forget on StreamYards, you have to go into the settings and you have to end echo cancellation, or what happens is my sound was coming through on Alex's channel fine, but it'll lower my mic on my channel. So when you all mentioned, hey, go into the sound, and I end it, because what I have to keep doing is keep sliding my volume up. I have to keep doing it. And it keeps sliding it down, then slide it up, then slide it down, then slide it up, and slide it down. When I ended echo cancellation, then I think it solved the problem. And I think what happened was Alex went in on his end and clicked echo cancellation again, which then meant that it wasn't like he was intentionally lowering my volume. He just thought that it sounded better that way, and that on his end it still sounded good, but it lowered it on my end. So I don't think he was doing anything shitty, but it did fuck up my volume for you. There I am swearing again. So that's what was going on there. Let's get to super chats. Anonymous Cow for $5 says, actually, there might be disagreement after all if you take the view that no fault of worse, but shame them. She takes the feminist view. Okay. Wrong for Rage for $5. Thank you so much. Says, we're cooking 304. Interesting. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Vita for $2 says, Rob, please Vic the volume. I know. I'm sorry about that. Intel Wild for $5 says, Rob, put this degenerate 304 on notice. Thank you. Intel Wild for $5 more says, this lady is bat poop crazy. Thanks. John Beer gifts some membership. Thank you so much, John. John Kell for $5. Thanks so much. Says, this is what liberal decadence gets you, Rob. Degenerate libertarian. This is what Andrew talks about, Rob. I know. Silent Zero for $5 says, and now you have meet the reason why we say thanks, Rob. Thank you. John Kell for another $2 says, an ethical prostitution lawyer, LMA. Oh, what a joke. John Kell again for $5. Thanks a lot, John, man. This is what libertarian gives you. They don't have morals. Threshold ontology is inadequate to stop degeneracy. Intel Wild, thank you again for the donation. $5 says, Jasmine's probably ordering Taco Bell DoorDash style this very moment. Cody H, Drunken Wizard, for $5 says, I feel you should know most of us here would pay to see you in the Raw before that vapid hoe. Unrelated, I have an idea for 10K subs. Okay. And lastly, Alder Void for $5 says, just continue being a proud Yinzer, Rob. Thank you. So yeah, I mean, ultimately, I don't know. I don't look at these studies. I'm aware that there are studies that show pornography is very detrimental to the people that consume it in unhealthy amounts, that it leads to all sorts of negative behaviors and sometimes worse than drug addiction. I'm aware of studies that show that it is preferable to have children grow up in two-parent households, particularly their birth parents. I'm aware of studies that show that the levels of abuse significantly increase, particularly when a mother brings a child around another partner. For example, a stepdad or boyfriend is far more likely to abuse, whether it be of a sexual nature, a physical nature, or an emotional or psychological nature, a stepchild than the parent of a child is more likely to do. But when she keeps saying, no, I have studies that say this, I have studies that say this, I was going to let it go. But at some point when it sounds so ridiculous, no, there's no correlation between consuming a lot of pornography and being addicted to porn. And by the way, my insults were relevant to the debate, but that wasn't the primary reason. I was insulting her to insult her. That's it. I'm not going to really claim a moral high ground here. There is a significant case for someone to watch that debate and say, Rob, what the fuck? You didn't need to throw those insults out. Okay. Fair. But I didn't mind it. I explained why. Now, at the beginning of the stream, I told you all that I was going to have a word of the day. That a new concept of mine was that I would write down a word on my tablet before I entered in a debate, and then I would try to use that word several times, And then at the end of the stream, I would show you that word, and you would see if I did a significantly good job is using that word. It's a word that I wouldn't use often in my normal streaming. Does anyone know what the word was? I'll give you a clue. She used it one time. When I said it, she repeated it. Correlative. No, it was not correlative. It was not hoe train. I don't know that I used that at all. Moron. Inconceivable. I don't think she was an unattractive girl. I don't, but it wasn't GPT. Anyone? Do we got a winner? The problem is it was used frequently early in the debate, and I don't know that it was used as much. Wasn't Lady Bad? No. You ready? Tell me if you remember me saying this, and she even pointed it out. Here we go. The word was... Oh, the lights make it hard. The word was bemused. I used it 4 or 5 times. I used the word bemused. I told my wife today, I was like, you know what word I should use more often? The word bemused. And I was like, you know what I should do? I should have a word of the day when I debate. And tonight's will be bemuse. So I used bemused or bemusement several times. Did anybody catch it? She even said, I said, well, I'm bemused that you're doing this. And she said, oh, you're bemused. It happened. It actually happened in the debate. I was very proud of it. I was so glad she said it. I was very, very impressed. $5 super chat, Ultra Void. No, but next time be Yinzer. Show your Pittsburgh roots. I could. Did I bemuse you by not being Yinzer enough? So, there you go. Go back. If you're bored, go back and watch the debate. Look, early in the debate, I used the term bemuse several times. Now I'm bemusing people. So, I sort of feel you're going towards... Maybe I'll become more Christian nationalist. I just think legally she should have the right to do it. But we should, as a society, think that's shameful behavior. We should. It's not fair, by the way. Right? Not everyone that got divorced engaged in shameful behavior. It's true. There, my brother said he looked up the meaning when he said it. There you go. No, I don't use bemusement or bemused often. There was it a skit? I think it was an Onion article or something. It was like, man creates world's first bemusement park. It was just a real shitty, annoying theme park. Instead of an amusement park, it's a bemusement park. It's like, it sucks. This park sucks. I'm bemused. I was bemused with myself, I guess. You know. Yeah, I did. Yeah, the Sky Daddy thing. None of my arguments were contingent on being a Christian. I thought I couched my arguments on the well-being of children, and I even made the point at one point, okay, I prefer you come through it through a Christian mindset, but you don't have to. Yeah, I talked about that a little, Chief Wahoo, at the beginning. So let's wrap up the stream here, then. I'll give sort of my final thoughts. You can believe me or not. If I had a debate with Jazmen and we're on a panel and we're talking about Joe Biden or something, I'm not going to throw insults at her. I'm not going to talk about her career or whatever. I'm not saying you're wrong to do that. But it's just not what I do. In this particular debate where it was the top, I don't want to do this shit. I don't. I just don't. I think I'm pretty funny. Did anybody else think my insults were funny? I thought I was pretty funny. I think I'm capable of going on whatever and making fun of OnlyFans girls. I'm capable of that. I just don't want to. I don't. I don't want that to be who I am. I don't like talking about this shit. I don't. I just don't. And I know objectively it would grow the reach of my channel. I just don't give a shit. I'll tell you what I really think about Jazmen. I hope that she realizes she's making a mistake. That's what I hope. I hope she gets married to a loving person and has kids and is very happy. If I'm honest, that's what I want. I'm not, I made fun of, When she was shaking her boobs, I made fun of it and stuff. She's not an unattractive girl. I'm not the guy that's going to sit there with, okay, rate this girl on a scale 1 to 10. 3, 2. She's attractive. It's not my type at all, but I don't wish ill to her. I think it's fucking shameful. But it's not my forte. Just like, and I'm not saying the people that do it are wrong. I'm not. And I'm not saying if you all like that content that you're wrong. I watched the dumbest shit imaginable. You know how much, I was watching today old 1980 Ric Flair promos from like NWA? Not the band, but National Wrestling Alliance. I used to watch Steve Wilkos' show. I watched trash WWF Attitude Era. To each their own. It's just not what I want to do. That's it. I just don't fucking want to do it. I just don't. And so, I didn't want to do this debate. There's so much time. I would have been happy to talk about the Nick Fuentes thing for 2 hours. I only got to talk about it like 10, 15 minutes. So I will admit, Brock, thank you so much for the super chat for $10. Obviously, there's the fantasy to date the stripper or porn star OnlyFans model, but the reality is it isn't desirable at all. Now, the reality is I've lucked into the best wife. And we don't have a perfect relationship. Who knows? Maybe someday, I can't speak to what the future holds. Maybe I cheat on my wife someday. Maybe our relationship falls apart. Maybe it does. Right now, I know I'm the luckiest man alive. I have the greatest wife. I have the greatest son. I love every moment I get to spend with him. Well, that's not true. We have conflict. There are times where I'm like, ugh, and I have to walk out of the room. And there's times where she can't stand my ass. But we're pretty good. Ultra Void for $5 says, I can't agree. It would be like asking a future man to be abused in my eyes. I don't know. I'm not here to give. I don't have, I find the red pill, like the Andrew Tate people, to be fucking annoying. You want to hear my best advice? I'll give you some relationship advice. This is it. This is what I have. I got lucky. That's the bulk of my advice. But there are other things I did. Even before I met Courtney, I surrounded myself with people that came from vastly different backgrounds to a degree. We're all from sort of rural Pennsylvania, though I had people in the debate circuit that were from. But almost all the people I surrounded myself with, we had a lot of things in common. We were all had a great sense of humor. We were all open to people that disagreed with us on varying things. And almost none of us ever thought that being the big ladies man was cool. We actually thought that cheating on even your girlfriend was fucking shitty. None of us. None of us were oh, did you see that chick I slept with last night? My core group of friends, that would have probably been the most defining characteristic. Whether it be the guy that dropped out of high school in 9th grade and was now working on a road crew, or the guy that's a roofer, or the guy that's a welder, or the guy that's working on the oil rigs, or the guy that's a lawyer. Almost none of us were big yeah. There were a couple, but it was the rarity. And when you surround yourself with people like that, it lowers your temptation. If I cheated on my wife, my friends would be disgusted with me. So it's just another group of people to disappoint. Another thing that I do that makes it less likely that I engage in infidelity, I love hanging out with my wife. Most of the time I'm going out in a social situation, she's right there with me. It's not this situation where it's like, oh, I need guy time. Most of the time, guy time includes our wife. There are times, we had a bachelor party there a while ago, we went to Forest. And everybody needs alone time, and it's perfectly fine to have man spaces. But if you're surrounding yourself with moral people, you're more likely to not have failures. That's it. And then I have to remind myself what priorities are all the time. Take sex out of the equation. Would it be nice to just take all the money in the bank and go do something that's really fun? Fuck all of my... if there's no consequences, if there's no tomorrow, sure. But you understand that you don't have instant gratification at the expense of your future and of the things that really matter. So I don't buy video games like I did before I was dating my wife, because I have a wife and I have a son. And I understand that those things are more important. That's it. The things that I value are my son, my wife, that relationship, my family, my close friends. I don't value like, hey, I want to go out and get laid as many times as often. I don't think it's fucking cool. I don't care if you do it. I'm not saying I would dislike you, but it's not my cup of tea and never has been. That's it. That's the advice I could give. Maybe the path for you is completely different. Maybe you say, but you're lucky, Rob. What if you would have never met your wife? Yeah, I'd probably still be alone. I don't know. Is it bad advice to say you should get physically fit? You should make yourself physically attractive? No, that's not bad advice. But look at me. I can't give that fucking advice. That's it. That's all I have. I don't know everything Andrew Tate says or everything Fresh and Fit say or everything. I don't know. Maybe they have good advice. I just don't give a fuck. A lot of the times it comes off as like, women are just shit and trash and you treat them like shit and then you can hook up with more of them and blah, 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 blah. Whatever floats your boat. Well, that ain't me. That's it. So I don't talk about this shit a lot. I don't. I'm fucking 40. I don't need that. Like, I couldn't imagine re-entering the dating scene. That's it. But I don't have a problem with people that want to say, I'm an OnlyFans model and I want to talk about why that's good, and people that say that's trash and like the whatever. It's just not me. It's just not. I'm glad that there are people out there societally saying, this shit sucks. This shit's trash. I'm glad. I'm glad that there are the Andrew Wilsons doing it, but it ain't for me. It's just not. And so I'm put into this debate. Okay, whatever. All I could do is be myself. And the truth is, the libertarian adjacent in me, I'm not a Christian nationalist. You do you. Legally, you should be allowed to get divorced for whatever reason. Fuck it, fine, go. Maybe you should have to pay a penalty in the monies you give back to the government. But you want to make a really bad choice? I guess you have that right. But as society, as a culture, we should say, that's a really bad choice. And we should go back to a time, and in fact, not just go back, we should advance it. Where we say, ooh, just like a single mother, ooh. That doesn't mean that woman's shit, that woman's irredeemable, that woman's a bad mother. But we're better as a society from defaulting at that position than what Jazmen wants. Sex work good, something to be celebrated, divorce absolutely normal in human nature. That's a bad way to form a society. In my opinion. And so, although I might not want legal ramifications necessarily, I do want cultural ramifications. And she says, but that's not the way things are. You're right, it's not. And there never was a perfect society. Absolutely true. Agreed. Now, could someone who argues this more and has researched more say, actually, the society in 1960 was preferable because blah, 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 blah? Maybe. But I don't even have to argue that point. I'm not arguing that we need to go back to a certain time necessarily. I'm arguing that this is what society should be. And yeah, it probably won't get there. I don't give a shit if you're religious or not. Good luck convincing millions of people who consume pornography regularly that they shouldn't do it. It's tough. But that's the direction we should go. Good luck convincing people that they shouldn't go out there and try to sleep as many people as possible. But that's the direction we should go. We'd be better as a society for doing it. That's how I feel. Well, that's not reality. That's not the way things are. Right, because people have embraced her mindset. What's human nature? Conflict's going to happen. It's normal for divorces to occur in relationships. You're right, it is. And we should go against those impulses. Just like a bunch of other things that are animalistic behavior. And I understand the people that go further than me and want the legality to change. I just disagree with them for reasons I've outlined before. So, that's it. I maybe was a little harsh on her. I hope she doesn't think hopefully she thinks about it. She probably won't. Should probably do much debates like this. But wait, it is true. It is ironic. I thought the worst. I mean, it's such a stupid thing. It bemuses me. But, I'm literally making the point, because I did check her YouTube channel. I didn't watch any of her videos, but I was like, she has 16,000 subs, so she has more than me. And I thought to myself, I would guess, she says she's top tier OnlyFans or something. So I would guess she has more people watching her on OnlyFans, which would seem to me that more people are watching her for her body and for her sexual proclivities than are watching her for her opinions. And I'm just going to be honest with you, and I don't mean to be a dick about this, and maybe you'll disagree with me, though I think you'll agree with me. Being attractive, even if you're not doing OnlyFans, if you're just streaming with modest clothes on, is a huge advantage. Not just for ladies. Here, let me say, everyone's going to accuse me of being gay right now, but it's true. You want to know a guy that's like, some guys that are very attractive and it's a huge advantage for them in the streaming world? Hassan. John Burke's an attractive man. That's no detriment to them. It's one thing if you're doing OnlyFans. It's another thing you just happen to be attractive. No shame in that. But it's a huge advantage. And let's be honest. The booby streamers have a huge advantage. Even not just in political or cultural conversation. Go to Twitch. Watch the video game players. There could be a guy and a girl that if you didn't see them and you didn't hear them, you would just be like, wow, that guy's much more entertaining to watch. He's better at the game, But when she's sitting there with the boobies out with the low-cut shirt, people are like, tune into this. That's okay. It is what it is. Andrew Chad Wilson. Yeah, that's why he has more streamers than me. It's like, goddamn, he looks so cool with that cigarette, But that's what I was trying to tell. Like, the whole point I'm trying to make is, like, she keeps acting like she's some sort of intellectual. It's like, but I don't think people are tuning into her for the intellectualism. Maybe there's some, but I think that there's something else going on. And she's like, yeah, because I'll always have more people watch me than you because I'm attractive. Right? That's my fucking point. That's the point I'm making. Yes. Right. Can I not say booby streamers again? What do you want me to say? Hoes? You can be attractive and not flaunt your body parts around, and it's still an advantage to you, and there's no shame in that. Boob tubers, is that better? Yeah, I wasn't going to leave her just wiggle her boobs around on my stream. She can do it on her own. I mean, it's already annoying. Like, I just find it very... I'm not overly prudish, but it's like you're coming onto the stream and it's like, oh, I'm going to wear this low-cut shirt. And then Alex is like, I encourage her to wear that because it increases viewership. Well, I don't want that. I don't want that at all. I don't want people scrolling through YouTube and go, I've never heard of this Rob guy, but look, there's some titties on stream. I think I'll tune in. No, fuck that. I don't want to benefit from that. So, any other comments that people had? I saw some people thought that I could have done better. I'll admit, if I was more up on the studies and shit, but I think I made my point well. Ultra Void, thanks for the $5. Says, I understand what you're saying. Trump won because he's 6'3". Height matters. I had other jokes I was going to tell. I was going to say, you see, in debate, we always started off with oral arguments. So I typed in Jazmen Jafar oral to hear some of her arguments, but didn't get what I was expecting. I was going to make that joke. My wife will be okay with it. She knows. I don't think anyone that watched thinks that I was ogling her or anything like that. I couldn't see her for half the stream because I moved her off the screen. With Ghost for $5, thanks so much, says, every time when Jazmen is asked to show the studies she's referencing, she's either not read them properly or she doesn't know what she's saying. Yeah, and I was going to let it go because I didn't want to be that guy the whole debate. Source, please, source. But it was like everything. Actually, study show, actually, study show, actually, study show. So at one point, I was just like, okay, let's see it. And then it became, well, let's read the entire study. And if it doesn't say what I'm saying, then I'll find another study. Bullshit. That's horseshit. Does everybody understand why that's bullshit? Well, let me do that. How about I got 50 studies that say pornography is bad? And it says specifically that for men, pornography makes them 60% more likely to be sexual abusers. Now, let's read study 1. Then we'll go to study 2. Then we'll go to study 3. Don't interrupt me. I'm reading the studies out loud. Then we'll go to study 4. Then we'll go to... Trust me, we'll get there eventually. I'm sure it's in one of these. Also, maybe I was a little harsh on the moderator, Alex. But the one time specifically where it's like, I start talking, she interrupts me, and he's like, let's go back to her. I'm like, fuck you. You kidding me? Maybe it was unfair to Alex. I know we were both talking over each other, but that's how I felt at the time. I'm like, I don't need this fucking shit. And I was a little pissy, if I'm honest, because he was 25 minutes late, and I already felt like I thought I was going to be having a debate about, when I agreed to do it, about politics, about the election, and we're talking OnlyFans shit. I don't know, maybe his audience thought I was fucking trash or whatever. Maybe. I guess I don't give a shit at all. But anyways, I hope y'all enjoyed it. It wasn't my cup of tea. Tomorrow I'll probably stream early. It'll be a call-in show. So anyone who wants to call in, I don't know, maybe we're looking at 9 a.m. I'll start. Reason for that is I do have Christmas festivities. Now, you might say, Rob, it seemed like you've been doing a lot of Christmas festivities. But I have to remind you, because I do block shifts and I work with people with developmental disabilities, someone has to be there during Christmas and Christmas Eve, and that's me. So I'm going to miss Christmas Eve and Christmas morning with my son, which is a real fucking bummer. And so we're trying as much as possible to do as many Christmas events before I have to go into work. And so I'm going to stream tomorrow morning, and then I'm done for the weekend. Friday and Saturday night's going to be my time with my family. So that's the idea. So I do apologize that there probably won't be a lot of content coming Friday, Saturday night. But that's what's going on. So if you want to talk about tonight's debate, if you want to talk about the Nick Fuentes thing, if you want to talk about the continuing resolution, the money that the Republicans are trying to spend, or anything else there and in between, tomorrow we'll be doing a call-in show probably around 9 a.m. to probably around 11 a.m. So you'll have your chance to say your piece. So I think Alex is biased because you're Andrew's son. Yeah, people kept saying Alex and Andrew didn't get along. I know about that. I don't know. But yeah, that's it. Nick Fuentes thing is some guy, allegedly, I haven't seen proof of this, but what I heard was that some guy murdered 3 people, then showed up to Nick Fuentes' house with a crossbow, a pistol, and an incendiary device, shouting for Nick. And then I don't know if that guy killed Nick's dogs or if the police showed up and killed Nick's dogs, but apparently the police killed this person. And then you have a lot of people online like, haha, Nick's getting what he deserves. And many of those people are fans of people like Destiny, who's literally said that Trump supporters that get murdered at Trump rallies have fucked around and found out. And so the argument that they seem to be making is Nick's rhetoric is so egregious that it's okay to cheer for his death, but not our daddy. When our daddy says shit like that, we'd be appalled. And I don't know how many times I have to say this. Similarly, if there was an attempt on Destiny's life and you had a bunch of groypers saying, haha, good for him, I'd say, no, that's fucked up. No. I've never dealt with Nick at all. I have no personal relationship with him. I have no reason to defend him to increase sort of the viewership on my show. Similarly, I wouldn't have a reason to defend Destiny. More people like it when I talk shit to Destiny. And yet, attempts on either of their lives are fucking egregious and it shouldn't be celebrated. You want to joke? Joke. I don't give a shit. But if you're serious that you think they have it coming, you're fucked up. Someone told me, and I don't know if it's true, that Destiny said on stream, like, fuck Nick, when this situation came up. Okay. Karma has a way of finding people. I'm not wishing that shit on anyone. At all. I'm not even wishing people get fired and shit like that. Or censored. So. No, the rumor that... I have seen no proof whatsoever that there was a sex video where Destiny was with another man. There were rumors that said that it was Nick Fuentes. I didn't see any proof of that. That to me just looked like malicious rumors that people were saying because they wanted to make fun of Nick Fuentes. Could Nick have hooked up with Destiny? I don't know. Is Nick gay? I don't know. But the idea that people just said, aha, that's Nick, I think is horseshit. Yeah, so anyways, we can talk about that tomorrow if people want. Anyways, I'm going to go to bed. So 9 a.m., I'll be here tomorrow, or thereabouts. We'll stream till 11 a.m. So anyone wants to join me, I'd be happy to have you. Thank you so much to everyone that super chatted. Thank you to anyone who subbed, donated. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the non-kind words. The people in the chat that kept saying she's crushing you. Thanks. I'm still glad you're helping me out by commenting, so thank you. And I do think, looking back, that I could have handled the debate differently in several different ways, but I'm happy with it. I was worried. I'll tell you what my biggest fear was, that it would have just been a bunch of like, yeah, I agree. That would have been boring. So at least it was entertaining, you know? So I hope that you all liked it. And to anyone that was offended by my language, I guess I apologize. More importantly, if you were offended because some OnlyFans streamer decided to continually get in front of the camera and shake her breast, I apologize for that too. I tried once I had had enough of it to slide her off the screen. I think it's a bad taste fucker. That's what I think. So, all right. Thanks so much, everyone. We'll see you all tomorrow. And as always, have a good one.